You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. Remember to click the star to follow the channel to get the live notifications. I'll see you in chat during the show. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. As you'll see, all of the players are still working from home and practicing their social distancing. As soon as the time is right, I'll let all of the players back into my dungeon. Don't you worry your little selves. Now, throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. Tonight we have 5 Dungeon Run props available, if you are watching live, that is. If you love the show, you can show love. Now, when you buy Show Love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. But now you have a choice. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. We have 2 balloons. The gold balloons are for Team Force of Good, and purple balloons are for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you. We'll update you on whose team is showing the most love throughout the show and have a final result at the end. Last week, Team Force of Evil was triumphant. So, we'll see what happens tonight. Congratulations, Team Force of Evil. Also, and we're getting back to the props, of course, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and taking the highest value. Or you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain. Is it not, Milo? Oh, yes. And speaking of Milo, guess what? Milo's ball is still out. That's right. It's still there. And you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm not even going to bother trying to remove it because I know he's just going to put it out anyways. The joke's on him because we're not using force cards yet, so it doesn't really affect the game. But it still affects him, right? And that's always fun. Now, when you give props, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Oh, goodness gracious, Beldor! Cedar Grove. What? First of all, what kind of a name is that? I like it, but please. Oh, spicy that was. That was a spicy one. Ooh, not used to that. Okay, let me get back there. Okay, we talked about just make sure you tell us who you want to give the props to. Good. Now, fine. Also, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more information on our characters, Dungeon Run merch, and the link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a truly wonderful community of runners. And you can upload your fan art there as well. And to those who have already submitted, I see you and I thank you. Good. Now, let's meet our brave souls, the cast of characters. Please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ Redthistle.
Happy Wednesday.
Ooh, happy Wednesday to you too, Jared. Or should I call you Civ?
You can call me whatever you want, man.
I love you, Civ. Why are we in this? Why are we having this spat? Or is it just in my mind that we're having a spat?
I do have a question for you.
Yes.
Are you Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil, being the host of the show?
Wouldn't you like to know?
That sounds evil.
I'm very evil. But I don't know. Sometimes it's hard. It's hard to decide.
Yeah.
It's really based on the coloring for me. I love the purple. Next up, we have Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tiger.
Hi. Lord
Hi.
A, I read a fun fact that the texture of a human brain is like jelly. Have you ever had a peanut butter and brain sandwich?
I haven't, but guess what? I'm going to try one tonight.
All right.
Milo,
Tell me how it is next
bread,
week.
and peanut butter. Immediate. Oh. He's actually allergic to peanuts, but it doesn't matter because I'm the one eating it. Here we go. Morgan Peter Brown is next as James Quilas.
And with that, Jessica Lynn Parsons doomed all of mankind.
Yes.
Don't
We're
tell
all-
the
you're
robots
all
when they
in-
take over.
You're all in
Whoops.
bad shape because we're gonna have to eat. I'm gonna be loving these peanut butter and brain sandwiches.
You're
and
never
I'll
gonna
tell all
stop.
my friends. No, I won't be able to. I mean, I can stop anyways, but that is what it is.
Right.
Next
You
up,
do have very low
we
self-control.
have. Oh, never. Done. Zero. Next up, we have Ronald Ogden as Agar.
Hi. Hey, if you decide to turn me into something, just make sure it's a brain donut.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
I thought you might like that.
With the brain, like a jelly filled, but
Yeah,
a brain
right, but brain
filled.
filled, right. It's got sugar and butter and
goodness.
brains. Yeah, I thought you might like that.
I might have to leave and come back. Well, we'll do that later. And next up, we have Katie Michaels as Lily Dumblestock.
That's me.
It's you. How are you?
Pretty good. Never had any
Pretty
brains,
good.
so just thinking about that.
Well, listen, I'm not going to touch any of your brains. If I touch anybody's brains, it'll probably be Milo's. But those wouldn't work because, anyways, you get the idea. I can't. He's an idiot, and I cannot be eating idiots' brains. I have to have only high class.
Do you feel
130
vulnerable
IQ
with people
and higher.
talking about
Go ahead.
eating? Do you feel vulnerable with people talking about eating brains when your brain is so exposed?
They would have to get access to it. They would have to be able to get inside my fortress,
I
and
guess that's
there's no
true.
way they are.
I guess, yeah, social distancing.
Now
and all,
that you
too.
say it, I'm a little concerned. Milo, if you could batten down the hatches, please. Good. Last but not least, our dungeon master and my personal favorite roommate of all time, Mr. Jeff Carnota!
You know, it's like you always used to say to me, Araban, there's always room for brains.
Always. No matter the time of day or the time of meal.
What a catchy
brains
saying.
are always delicious. I love it. Jeff, how is everything? You look bright and shiny today.
Do I? Thank you.
Yes.
I'm feeling bright and shiny. Thank you.
Is it maybe the coloring in the back? I love that color. It's like a
Like that?
purple
Thank you.
almost, like a bluish purple.
For you.
Very nice. Love it, love it, love it. Now, as that journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. it would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show ever. Just ever. There's no other thing to add to it. It's ever. Now, keep the comments coming. Be ever vigilant and let the dice roll!
Pew, 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 pew.
Welcome, everybody, to The Dungeon Run, episode 59. Oh, my goodness. Welcome, new watchers. Welcome, longtime watchers. Welcome, especially Team Force of Evil, the reigning champions of the Force War. That happens every week now, evidently. We have people giving us love already, everybody. We have Fall Star, Honor Sphinx, Elite Ninja 72, Cosmic Lord 94, Psycho 9, D-Run Discord, Red Robin, Goofus McDorkle, AG McLeod, and others. And we also already have a potato!
Oh my goodness!
Potato!
Feldor Cedar Grove. Cedar Grove delivered a potato for their wife's birthday. Which, happy birthday, wife.
Happy birthday, Mrs. Cedar Grove.
Yes, indeed. Mrs. Cedar Grove. The current totals, although the reigning champions right now are Team Force of Evil, the current totals, 66% Force of Good, 34% Force of Evil. So Force of Good.
Force of Good always comes out strong at the top. Yeah.
People
All right.
are saying that that's because the West Coast people are more evil than the East Coast people.
Who told them that?
Wow.
They-
Theories prevail.
What an evil plan to stay up later and just let the Force of Goods fall asleep.
I could
evil.
neither confirm nor deny.
The most
If
evil
this
of the
is your
plans.
first episode, welcome. Fear not. We're going to give you all the information you need to jump right into this show and pick up right where we are. Also, if you're wondering about what potatoes are, what the Force War is, I hope you can make it to the live show. It's Wednesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific time on Caffeine. Just in a potato from Cypher MP5. Potatoes dropping. 2 potatoes already. Amazing. Thank you. All right, let's catch everybody up and jump into our story. It started as a simple dungeon run. That was before these 5 adventurers became the Heroes of Bingle. Before they were swept up in an epic quest. Before the time traveling started. Now they find themselves 22 years in the past, inhabiting bodies that are not their own, on a ship sailing under the command of the notorious pirate captain, Whitebeard. They know from their own time that Whitebeard holds a valuable treasure in a vault in the city of Turles, a treasure stolen from the Shazengao Empire. The Heroes of Bingle learned of this treasure from a fugitive of that empire, a Triton named Choran, who tried to escape the bounty on his head and save his family, but was killed by the Empire's assassins, a group of dragonborn shadow monks known as the Nameless Few. The heroes fought back against those assassins, even as the dragonborn boarded and fired at Whitebeard's ship, killing much of its crew and nearly sinking it. Though the team prevailed, they were left with a crippled vessel in open water, badly in need of repair. Even worse, their only means of finding the Shazengao's treasure lay dead on the deck with a gaping hole in his heart. The Heroes of Bingle had managed to procure a most unique concoction. A beverage known as the Liquor of the Dead allowed them to communicate with spirits of the fallen. Drinking the foul substance made it possible to speak with Choran one last time. He told them that the Dragonborn dynasty had outsourced the security of their treasure to the Tritons. His people had hid the riches in a place even the Shazengao themselves didn't know. A place the Tritons called the Mantle. A secret location that he said exists under the town of Kingdon, on the mainland in the realm of Latlan. He urged them to seek out the Triton King and Queen, Uchalas Voy and Uchalas Way, find them and to tell them Choran and his beloved were together at last. But before the Heroes of Bingle could make their way to Kingdon, they were forced to deal with the immediate problem of their own sinking ship. Realizing that the damage from the battle meant they couldn't make it far, the team attempted a dangerous gambit. The vicious Yuan-Ti pirates, known as the Snakes, assaulted freight vessels and traders, stole their cargo, and enslaved everyone aboard. The heroes had crossed paths with them twice before, each time resulting in violence. But the snakes had a hideout nearby, a cave carved into a rock in the sea they called the Snake Bed. The Yuan-Ti had materials, labor, and the know-how to repair a galleon. Sailing into the enemy stronghold seemed the only option. Since the snakes hated Whitebeard and his crew, the heroes disguised themselves and their boat with new identities. Lily and James repainted the side of Whitebeard's itch with a new moniker, the White Witch, and Fahima costumed herself to take on the selfsame persona. Luckily, with Whitebeard hiding below decks, the Heroes of Bingle managed to strike a deal with the leader of the snakes, a Yuan-Ti pureblood named Histasi. Fahima bolstered her disguise with a powerful display of necromancy, using Ugo's blood to cast Blood Lance. James brandished confiscated weapons from the Nameless Few, selling the notion that the crew of the White Witch was not to be trifled with. But when the team discovered just how many captives were enslaved by the snakes, their negotiations were no longer just for repairs. They realized their apparatus of Quailish, the magical submersible they had used to knock harmful barnacles from the hull of their ship and survive a megalodon attack, could be a valuable bargaining tool. In the end, they handed over the apparatus and all of Whitebeard's 5,000 gold in exchange for repairs, over 24 prisoners, and a stockpile of food rations with which to feed them. As we ended last week, the White Witch sailed out of the snake bed without incident. The only blood spilled was Ugo's from Fahima's new spell. But though the damaged ship was seaworthy once again, it was now laden with a huge number of new occupants. And that
Flawless plan.
that is where we will pick up I will tell you, the team right now, the team battle is 50-50. It is 50% force of good, 50%
Nice,
force of evil.
guys.
So
Wow.
a battle rages in the chat right now. But we are also back in our story, and we pick up as the ship moves out of the Yuan-Ti stronghold, the Snake Bed, and into open waters, catching the wind in the sails of this newly repaired ship. And there is a throng of people standing on the deck altogether, pressed against the rails, their faces to the wind, leaning on masts, standing and sitting and milling about. Big, small, old, young, male, female, many different species, humans and halflings and orcs and tabaxi, some in better shape than others, but looking at their faces, you can sense a joy and relief at just being out in the open air again, even if their new situation is still frightening. There's murmur and movement, lots of people standing around on the deck. And as you all are, you've made your way back on the ship and you're amidst this throng of people, you see Loudmouth noisily make his way through the group, the crowd, and get over to you, and he goes, oh boy, what have you done? What's Whitebeard gonna say?
Well, we got his crew.
Yeah.
At least until we get to shore, and then they're all free.
Unless they want to join you.
That's
I don't know
true.
if you'll see it that way, but we'll have to. Oh my goodness.
We've procured food for them as well, so we'll be set on supplies.
Well, we got that all on board already, and everyone seems to be. And as this is all happening, and you see this sort of murmur, you notice the hatch from below deck open, and this three-cornered hat comes up first, and then this long white beard comes up after it. It's Whitebeard emerging from below decks. He makes eye contact with the five of you and holds up his finger like this. And he looks around, taking in all the new people, all the new faces.
I would like to awakened mind to Civ, like, we need to find the most able able-bodied sailors in this group as fast as possible.
I nod and I start weaving my way through the people.
Yeah, can we be looking like who looks most like ready to help? You know?
Yeah, I mean there are a lot of people in various states of wellness, and there seems to be some bigger and smaller and more injured and malnourished. You see a lot of thin kind of skin and bones people, not been well treated. There is a larger kind of older guy with silvery hair, but as you're kind of looking around, looking through the crowd, you see Whitebeard. He is taking all this in, looking at all these faces, and you see him walk over and grab a wooden crate on the deck and throw it face down. And then he slowly, deliberately steps up onto it and glares at the crowd, waiting. And he's still. And it's hard to ignore what a big, solid man he is. An imposing figure, elevated over this throng of new occupants. His wide, black, three-cornered hat contrasting with his long, full, curly beard, stark white in the sunlight of the open sea. And he stands there, chest out, the buttons on his vest straining, his eyes piercing, steady. He looms over the new arrivals, and they notice. The murmurs subside, and a quiet falls over the crowd. Whitebeard commands attention. With every face looking his way, he bellows, his voice powerful and strong, carrying over the gentle lapping of wind and waves. Welcome aboard Whitebeard's Itch. For whatever name you read on the side, know this: you're on my boat. And there are only ever two things that are on my boat: plunder and pirates. We sailed into the snake bed, into the belly of the beast, and we liberated you. All of you, from the snakes. He nods in your direction. My crew, with my gold, pulling you from the clutches of Histasi and her brood. Some might say, you owe me. I say, what are you? You're on my boat. Are you plunder? Or are you pirates?
James can use awakened mind to everyone within 30 feet if possible. So if I'm standing amidst this crowd of people, I think James telepathically out to as many people as possible, not including crew members, goes like, just say pirates. We will get you through this.
Excuse me, Whitebeard.
Whitebeard isn't like the snakes. I don't sail with slave labor. As of this moment, you all are free. Free to make your choice. We sail back to the mainland, to Latland shores. Each of you is free to walk away from this ship when we arrive, to take what you came with, which is nothing, and shamble down the road, hoping to build a new life from nothing. Will anyone know you? Will anyone help you? Will you survive the trip? You're free to decide, free to ask yourself, am I just the plunder from Whitebeard's latest conquest? A thing he gains at sea and loses on land, like any other tarnished coin pulled from an enemy's grip and spent in a seaport tavern? Or am I a pirate? Am I a survivor? A fighter? A scoundrel to be feared?
will my name and reputation be spoken of in whispers and hushed tones on the trembling lips of lesser men? Will I work and earn under the command of the most notorious pirate captain to ever sail this lost sea? We journey to Latlan for one purpose: to steal the great treasure of the Shazengao. Riches and wealth beyond any of our wildest dreams, ripe for the taking. For my crew, for my pirates. You can be part of that quest. There's a week's water between here and Latlan shores. Prove your worth. You all know the sea, or you wouldn't be here. Show me. Become a pirate. Earn your place. Be walked on no more. And you can join the ranks of the most infamous buccaneers ever to put sails to the wind. And get your share of the gold, of the life. There'll be more than enough to go around. My crew, and he nods to you again, has decided to share their half of the spoils with you. I already have an island of waterfalls ready to be turned into a paradise. All I need is an army. Together, we can own the sea, take what we want, and destroy any who oppose us. Together, we can strike fear in the hearts of sailors everywhere. Come back and crush the Yuan-Ti. Prisoners no more. That means you don't walk away when we get to land. That means you step up. You claim your fortune. You prove your mettle and your loyalty. No cowards. No deserters. Only pirates. I offer you not just freedom, but glory, wealth, revenge. Under one flag. The flag of your new captain. Your only captain. Your salvation. Whitebeard.
Long live Whitebeard!
And there's a cheer that erupts from all of these people around you, these individuals, many of them fragile and frayed, shouting and hollering for Whitebeard, standing a bit straighter, looking a bit hardier, seeming a bit stronger. And without even looking back to acknowledge the enthusiasm, Whitebeard strides off to his captain's quarters, leaving Loudmouth there to wrangle the group.
Do we need to clarify with them maybe a little bit? I feel there might be some confusion, though they seem pretty enthusiastic, so perhaps not.
Yeah, I think we just let the moment stand. I mean, he said they all get to leave if they want to. I think he was just trying to inspire as many of them to stay as possible.
It's just that 5 minutes ago they thought a completely different story, so I thought it might be good to explain, but maybe not.
No. Yeah, don't undercut it immediately. Maybe tomorrow or something. I don't know.
You hear Loudmouth in the background. All right, you heard the man. Get it all sorted and get back to work. He didn't specifically mention me, but I'm the first mate. I'll be commanding you. And he's like moving people, sorting people, and moving groups of them down below decks.
Jeff, Uggo is going to start looking for the sickest and the most malnourished.
Yeah. There are definitely a few that are very frail. You guys definitely spy an older guy with that silver hair, kind of big and burly, looking very strong, experienced, and steady. But Uggo, you can see a few that are particularly wobbly on their feet and look like they haven't had a good meal in quite a while.
Is the food that they gave us on the deck, or is
it's being loaded and moved by the crew that you recognize the crew that are on the ship, and you see Loudmouth sort of taking command and giving these new people on the ship duties and organizing them, moving many of them below decks. It's a big process to basically like matriculate these folks onto the deck, or onto the ship. Excuse me, onto the running of the ship.
Ugo's just going to try to take care of the elderly and the children, those who are most vulnerable.
There aren't really any children per se.
Okay, good.
These are all prisoners that were stolen from cargo vessels, merchant ships. They were knocked over, basically, on the way between places. So they're all some older, some younger, but they're all basically are former professionals of the sea. That kind of thing.
Got it.
There's some travelers, some people perhaps that were on their way, just moving from place to place on a boat when it got sacked by the Yuan-Ti, but mostly it's sea merchants, traders, that kind of thing.
I'll help Ugo as he's doing that too. I cast like healing spirit and move it around for people.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll
so you guys
crack
are
open-
significantly helping that process, and people are you do feel like there's this, you kind of get the sense for maybe the first time that Whitebeard can inspire, and there is a sense of sort of hope among these people in a strange way.
Can I crack open one of the crates of food? I'm sure they're starving. I'm just going to start handing out food to anybody who wants it.
Yeah, and they do. There's people, especially the ones that Ugo has been helping, that look underfed, are ravenous and welcome the gift eagerly. They're grabbing it and scarfing it down, and you see Loudmouth and a couple of other pirates try to organize this and kind of manage the movement of people and getting them situated, moving people below decks, getting duties assigned for certain groups, and really turning this crowd of refugees really into a functional crew.
Do I recognize any of the prisoners as the people that I worked with on repairing the ship?
There's probably a few, yeah, that you would have worked side by side with, and you had attempted at that time to even talk to, and were a little reluctant to open up in that time. But yeah, I mean, there are a couple of stronger, more able-bodied folks that would have been part of that repair team that fixed the boat. Yeah,
I'll go up to them and thank you very much for helping us repair our ship. It saved our bacon.
And you see that fellow with the sort of silvery hair, the larger guy. He steps in front of the person you're talking with, and he's like, "The people here are grateful that we have an opportunity to earn our keep."
Well, yes, Whitebeard is harsh, but fair. If you do what he says when he says to do it, then he rewards you, and if you don't, then he whips you.
All right. Well,
I'm Sid, by the way. Not Catman.
Stavus. Stavus Warwick.
Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce my friends. This is Ugo, the orc. James, over there in the robes. This is Fahima. And this is Lily.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Some of the newer folks defer to me to make some other decisions around here. I've been captured by the snakes for a little bit longer than most, and been on the sea for most of my life, so I speak for many of the people here.
Good.
It seems this second chance might be welcome.
We're very happy to have you aboard.
Well,
Do you think we should tell Whitebeard about the whole White Witch thing?
He probably noticed. He did say whatever the ship was called, which I was going to say, should we turn it back? I mean, no disrespect to you, Captain Ma'am, but...
Oh, no, none taken.
I mean, you were excellent, let's
you.
be honest. Yes.
If
Yes.
I'm sorry I hit you in the stomach so hard.
It's It's all right. We were playing a game.
Some of it might have been feelings that I had, though.
Ah, I see.
But yes, I was helping sell a lie.
Well, it's probably better that it was you and not Fahima.
Yes, that's what I was thinking in a moment. But I did not ask you. But then I thought it would be a bad idea to ask you since everybody was watching. So.
I thought it was well played.
Okay, but I wanted you to know that I'm sorry.
Well, thank you for apologizing.
Lily, would you like to help me? Well, are we far enough away? Can we still see the snake bed in our wake?
Yeah, I mean it's receding rather quickly, so
Okay.
I think you're far enough away that you wouldn't have to worry about any kind of notice or retaliation at this point. The ship is moving at a fair clip. It has been repaired and back to its full strength.
But then again, I mean, maybe it's better that if at least for the immediate, that people don't know where Whitebeard's ship. I mean, Whitebeard's got more enemies than the White Witch. Let's be honest.
It's true. She's a neutral party. We established that.
Right. So maybe we just leave it for now, and if he says otherwise, we can change it. I don't know.
I agree. I will be honest. It's not my best handwriting work.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I know it was tough. We were on the spot. We were flying. So there were lots of extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, I'm not really a tactical artist. I'm more performance based.
Yes, right. Auditory.
Yeah.
I can tell you that though I'm not very good at reading, I can tell that you didn't put an L in witch, so that was good.
Right.
Thank you.
Well done.
I just want to say real quick, we got another potato from the Raven Queen. Thank you, Raven Queen. I
Hey.
appreciate it. I continue.
Stavos?
Yes.
Could you tell me, since you know all of these prisoners better than we do, is there anyone in particular amongst your group that knows how to sail or knows how to fix the ship if it gets broken again, or has any sort of skills that might be helpful?
Most of the people here have those skills. Most of us made our living on the sea and can get by. It's been a while, perhaps, since some of us used that knowledge, but it is not uncommon among this group.
Oh, well, that's great. That ought to make Whitebeard quite happy, actually.
Seemingly.
One more question. What is the overall view of most of the prisoners? Do they seem... do they have a lot of hatred towards the Yuan-Ti? Do they? Do you think they're going to stay on the ship? What are their feelings about just getting to land and running away at this point?
If you had asked me 5 minutes ago, I would have said the people here would be anxious to return to land, but it seems there's an opportunity ahead of us presented by your captain, and I haven't spoke to anybody, but I suspect that many of them will see this as a real chance to make a life.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. I'm just hearing a bit of an X-Bright accent with you.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. Born and raised.
Oh.
Oh, really?
It's been
I'm from.
a couple
Nice.
of decades since I've been there, but
I'm from X-Bright as well. I grew up there myself.
ah,
Do you know of Conroy Tig?
I'll go
Conroy
coughs.
Tig.
Oh, what?
I
Oh,
You know,
oh,
I
I
do
forgot.
think I remember a
forgot-
Conroy
sorry,
Tig. I do think I remember a Conroy Tig. He was a real scamp of a boy. He used to climb into our yard and steal our apples.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Awakened mind of Ema. He's your neighbor. You're not related.
Right. Conroy was just a neighbor of mine. Cute little boy.
That was about 20 years ago. I would assume he's in his 30s now.
Damn.
She was a very observant baby.
Yes, that's left an impression upon me.
Well, Any
Created eye contact, you know.
anyone from Max Bright is a friend of mine. It's a pleasure to make
Same.
your acquaintance.
You as well.
Very nice.
Would you like me to introduce you to Loudmouth?
I'm sure he'll make his presence known in due time. I'm not
Yes.
anxious to stand out from the crowd.
That's very smart of you. Just beware, he's a bit of a talker.
His name is not a coincidence. And I will say, listen, you may be right. There very well may be an opportunity for you here. Whitebeard is strict, but you follow your own conscience as to what you want to do with your future. That's all I will say. I don't want to make you lean more one way or the other.
Roll an insight check.
Persuade you want to roll
That's a
Oh, no.
13. If you
High
wanna-
school counselor that's
Do you wanna roll
telling the student,
persuasion?
look, you don't have to do
You don't
what they
have
tell you to do.
Listen, buddy, peer pressure's tough. Can I roll persuasion?
Sure, if you like.
Okay, yeah.
You have advantage from David Gen Pro, countered by Grim Faded.
Thank you both. 8.
He kind of glares at you and he goes, well, I appreciate all of you introducing yourselves to me, and I'm sure we'll run into each other frequently on the trip.
If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to ask any one of us.
Right you are, ma'am. And he nods at you, Fahima. He saunters off. He kind of has a limp as he leaves. You see him move kind of slowly, and his gait is impaired. But there's a flurry of activity on board, and so it is. I mean, this is the new normal aboard the ship, whatever name it's sailing under now. And you have what they have said will be 7 days of travel ahead of you to Latland, to where you would get off and head toward Kingdon. So that is where the ship is now navigating, and you have quite a bit of time aboard ship if there's anything any of you would like to do.
I'm going to get some empty barrels and strap them on the deck out of the way with the lids off, so that if it rains, we can collect rainwater, because I know we have food, but I also know that people are going to get thirsty and we might run out of water before we run out of food.
Yeah.
So that's my goal, is to feed, to take care of, and to survive.
Yes, and wisely done. It is not an uncommon practice to bolster the ship's reserves in that way. And as you start doing it, you find aid. This is a strange new occurrence here on this ship and on any ship. The same it could be said about Mervis's ship back in your own timeline when you were on the Tardy Plunder. There wasn't enough hands to go around to make things easier to have assistance. Now things seem to be there's people everywhere. There are you start this process of pulling up barrels and slashing them over to the side and lashing them to the side of the boat, and people come in to assist you. There are these refugees, these new recruits that are eager to show their desire to be well treated and to earn their place on the ship. And so where you would all usually have a lot of individual duties, there's people to do stuff now. And the crew is full.
Oh, this is going to be a much more relaxing journey.
Yes, it's much better than the murderers that Whitebeard originally hired.
Agreed.
I was thinking it might actually be in our best interest to go around and ingratiate ourselves to all of the new recruits.
I mean, I'm honestly surprised no one has asked us, like, why we lied so much, who the White Witch is, if Fahima's a witch at all.
Well, they wouldn't have been
did it.
privy to that. I mean, honestly, that was discussions that you had with the snakes that would probably not have been
That's true.
overheard by their slave labor, right? They wouldn't have, their prisoners wouldn't have been privy to that, and they would have been brought out after the deal was made to start those repairs. So anything that they overheard would have been well past the time that you had actually, demonstrated the White Witch's potency or any of that stuff. So they wouldn't have been. They were well underneath the caves in cages and locked away while all of that was happening.
Don't look a gift White Witch in the mouth.
Very convenient.
Yeah.
It's just
James, if James is getting the sense, I mean, James, I think I could see James helping Civ pass out some food as well. But if it's getting the sense that the work is taken care of, then James is going to go up by where Saugus is, kind of out off to the side with some parchment and just be furiously taking notes.
Taking notes on his approach to helming the ship.
No, taking notes on a message to Chomel.
Okay. All right.
Because he's got something. He's got a lot of thinking to do.
Okay. So
yeah,
James is perched near the helm and riding away. Is there anything anybody else would like to do?
Just sort of tucked off to the side, kind of.
Yeah.
Being James.
Uggo is going to take a short rest.
Push-ups for Uggo?
Push-ups for Uggo, at least for an hour.
I would like to go around and charm some of the new recruits.
Okay.
So, we don't have to role play it out, but tell a joke, maybe sneak someone a nice piece of food, someone that looks particularly ill. I'll insist that they go down into the quarters and rest. Just generally be the welcoming party for Whitebeard's Edge.
Morale officer.
Yeah, sure. So
I'm the guy that can get you things.
You think that's persuasion, or what tactic are you using?
Yeah, I'm persuading them. I don't know if there's a charm. I don't think it's a charm skill. So persuasion.
You could just do a straight charisma check if you like.
I'd rather do persuasion.
I figured as much. All right. So you've got advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Ouroboros 43.
Yeah, so that Come on. 13?
13. The reception is much warmer than it had been when you attempted to sidle up to some of the same folks when they were repairing the ship, when they were still actively being prisoners.
Right.
And there's still not a ton of trust on this day one of the journey, but you're not unwelcome, and some of your advances, some of your jokes or quips or witticisms, your friendly gestures seem to be breaking the ice a bit.
I'll keep working on that, but I'll also try to sneak in a little bit of advice as well, as far as how to handle Whitebeard versus Loudmouth versus Saugus and the crew.
Okay.
At some point, I'll find James and interrupt him from his notes and talk to him for a second.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but you've been working
It's
for
all right.
hours now. You need a break.
No, I mean I'm just got a little something in my head that I think I'm just working on. It's time travel.
Oh.
It's terrible stuff.
Did you want to chat it out, or?
Certainly. I think we should all talk about it, because I think it should be something handled very carefully, obviously. But was there something you needed? I'm sorry.
Is this a theory?
Sort of.
Huh.
It's sensitive, obviously, because it obviously ties in Nonezeron and
okay.
what we learned about Choron and his family and Chomel and what becomes of him. So
Fima kind of looks around and we should probably, you're right, save that for a safer space. No, I just wanted to come over and say it's a bit hard to dislike Whitebeard now after that display, right? I just kept thinking my hatred of him has been because he trafficked beautiful creatures and had no care at all for their welfare, but...
Right. There is a kind of honor amongst certain criminals. I don't know. He contains multitudes, I guess. I don't know. He is quite complex.
I mean, I don't think I could ever stop hating him for that.
Well, it was sort of sad. I mean, after Mervis left, I think we really glimpsed the the man that we know he becomes, and that's really sort of unfortunate. But unfortunately, he has to become that person.
So you
Doesn't
think
he?
he becomes more evil than he is now?
I mean, we saw him. Remember? I mean, you're the person you're talking about. He's the man who kicked his own crewmate down to be devoured by an owl bear. You remember that?
Yes. Yes, I
Yeah.
do. All right, well, that makes me feel a bit better then. I can reserve my
No.
hate for him for the future, Fahima.
No,
and
it's.
appreciate
but he
his
yeah.
appreciate
he
his
is
mercy in this moment.
Yeah, he is charismatic, but there is no doubt about that. But and as far as giving up a portion of our half of the treasure to some of these people, whatever, I'm fine with that. But
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But I do think we are obviously going to have to be careful about what items we keep and what we let him take. Yes. I think you and I are probably going to have to kind of be the best pickers and choosers if there are any very powerful magical items amongst the treasure.
I wonder if it would be prudent for you to prepare that illusory terrain spell you were
Right.
talking about, to sort of
Right.
cover things up.
That's a nice idea. I think it only works on natural stuff, so I'm not sure if I could create a mountain of gold, so to speak. But that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Or I have. I think I mentioned it the other day, but I have this major image spell that I haven't quite really used yet as
True.
well.
Great distraction.
Yes, distractions or confusion, something.
Okay. Well, I'll let you
Because
get back to
if
it.
there's another amulet in the bunch,
We'll do everything in our power not to let him get any powerful magical artifacts.
can you imagine?
So I'll let you get back to it. I just I felt like, you were there and you had oh, this is Jessica not remembering the name of the centipede. Gerald?
Gerald.
And you had Gerald that you saved, so I just wondered what you thought.
You did really well back there with the Yuan-Ti, by the way.
Oh, thanks. It was mostly just Lily. All I had to do is nod. And
You're very
the creepy thing
impressive
with
when
blood.
you want to be. Right, that.
oh, it's the spells, not me. Anywho, I'll get to reading and writing.
Yes, we'll talk later about this. Hold up my notes.
Anybody else have?
I'm probably still walking around just like helping people. I know people are kind of getting back, but just making sure everyone's feeling like comfortable and situated, and telling people where the bathroom is.
I mean, this is a week that this journey will last. So I'm comfortable moving things along unless there's other things that you guys want to do in the immediate present.
Oh, we're skipping ahead a week?
This is a week of sailing. So if there's stuff that you want to do sailing during this week, you let me know. But I can tell you some of the things that are happening during the week.
Jeff, how many orcs are in,
It's a week journey.
How many orcs in the prisoners that we saved?
Oh, at least 3 or 4.
Okay. I will make myself known to them. Normal orc greetings of where are you from?
May your enemies die at your feet.
Yeah.
My enemy? You want to die to your feet? No? Okay. Who you from?
There is an orc that lived in Turles by the name of Floriog, who is there, was captured on a trading vessel. There are a couple of other orcs that hail from Ukdun but haven't been there in a long time. These orcs, these southern orcs, really, anything south of orc country.
I'm just an orc, just a classic southern orc.
I'm just a good classic southern orc. I'm from that thorn place, not that thorn place. That's where I'm not from.
Thorn and Ukdun are at the very northern tip near Vise and in Vise, the realm of Vise.
Jared, please reference the map. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jared.
I'm meteorologist Jared.
Right. Anything below that, anything south of the orcish territories, really are orcs that haven't really had much connection to their heritage in a while. Ones that got jobs on ships, ones that hailed from cities, got into the economy of other towns and cities, and became tradesmen themselves, or deckhands, or laborers on trading vessels. And when those vessels got, they boarded and taken over by the Yuan-Ti, they were captured just like everybody else.
I'm really just trying to lay roots of I'm not your enemy. Now, I get a feeling because they're southern orcs, quote unquote, that's probably not something I necessarily have to work real hard on doing. But the whole point is to essentially build a camaraderie with them over the week.
Yeah.
And towards when we get closer to where we're headed, Ugo is going to actually invite them to the deck at midnight.
All right.
Probably on the 6th day.
Okay, so you are aware, Ugo, if you weren't growing up, you are certainly aware now that there's a whole sort of class of orcs that aren't as tied to the Ukdun Thorn rivalry and battling as you. These are orcs much more along the lines of the ones that you ran into in Turles, the ones that would go to orcish things and buy stuff as sort of sort of a cheeky remembrance of a history that they don't even care much about anymore. They are much more part of the other realms, the societies of the other realms. They've become part of this melting pot of the lower realms. And these are those kinds of orcs. That's not to say that they don't feel a camaraderie with you. It's not to say you don't. But why don't you roll me a persuasion check nonetheless, and you have advantage from Lumbee, Bronze Arm, countered by Grimfaded.
All right.
Also, the current balloon count, Team Force of Evil, 51%. Team Force of Good,
Whoa, tight tonight.
Wow.
Yes.
Persuasion is 16.
16. All right, so yeah, there's an immediate there's an immediate understanding between you. They recognize you as you walk up that you are one of them, and there's this feeling of we have to band together, and so you immediately have a rapport with a lot of these 3 or 4 other orcs that you find on board ship.
Yeah, throughout the week, essentially, Ugo is going to foster that friendliness and togetherness. And Ugo will even shy away from the normal tribal orc stuff and try to understand a little bit more of their motivations and why they decided to leave their homelands, or whether they were born where they were. All these understanding of why orcs sometimes reject their ancestors.
Right. Yeah, and you hear stories, right? You hear stories from them about opportunities and seeing commerce happen, seeing traders come to the orc lands and attempt to make a sale and be treated in certain ways by the orcs, or there's stories of them feeling like, oh, this person is going to come into our land and attempt to sell us something, they're going to be killed immediately, and that wasn't the case. They were welcomed, and their goods were treated with respect, and that led the orc to believe that there's a whole other world out there that can be respected in other ways. And there are stories of being captured in battle as young people and finding themselves displaced and having to grow up in other parts of Ain and just being completely adrift in the world and unprepared to return to Ukdun or Thorn. These are tales of woe. Oftentimes, these are tales of these are people who found themselves in positions that they didn't always want, but they were making lives in the greater world. They were working the sea. They were earning their pay and respect, and then they were taken. They were subjugated and thrown into cages. So there's a lot of rage. There's a lot of orcish rage that you recognize, and
feel myself. Some of the stories relate to my own past, at least, or Ugo feels that relate to his own past, and he'll share with those, little pieces of his own story where I understand being enslaved and
Right.
being forced to do what you don't want to do and things like that. Mostly, I think Ugo's entire reason for doing this is introducing slowly them to the concepts that the Candle Queen has taught, or that he has learned through his oath so far.
Right.
Specifically the oaths, the parts of the oath: liberate, passion, so on and so forth. And most of it is just, I think Ugo's trying to relate to them in a way in which he himself felt relation of, oh, well, it's okay that I'm passionate. It's okay that I'm angry, as long as I use it properly. You know, these kind of things. And some of that is to build a sense of mystery about a new thing that he has discovered. Maybe hear pieces here and there of like, I have discovered something new. So I learned new knowledge I want to share with you. And that's kind of his whole push towards the 6th day at midnight, for them to, and he says, I can show you the power that I have found through this method. Learning from Sib a little bit on the cell.
Right. Yes, I mean, I think that there's some resistance to that at first, certainly from these hardened orcs that have had misfortune, certainly lately in their lives, and some of them had misfortune throughout their lives.
I mean, literally, they came from it just now, right?
Exactly, right. Yeah, lately, as I mentioned, the idea that here we are thrown into this new situation, and now there's this orc who's going to tell me that there is something good out there. You know, there's some resistance to that sensibility, and you know, this is a long process. This takes hours, and you're kind of falling in with them and working side by side with them and seeing them at meal times, and you know, this is a long process. I don't mean to generalize, but we have 30 new people here on the ship, right?
Course,
so
of course,
it really is this new community that has established, and you know, Lily is talking to people. You hear these stories all over the ship that are sad tales of how they were brought into this horrible existence, living in fear every day, in cages from these snake people, but these lives that they left and things that they lost, you know, life savings being sunk at sea, losing everyone that they knew because their ship went down and they were one of only 2 or 3 people that were taken and left to live. These kinds of tales, this desperation and this hardening of these people, that perhaps it seems clear as to why Whitebeard's pitch of being something greater and being something harder and being something that can take the world by its horns instead of being a victim is so appealing and so rousing to them in that moment and in this opportunity. And it is so. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, throughout the afternoon into the evening of the first day, then I would want to basically approach each of you at a certain point and say, "Oh yeah, after dinner we should sit down, we should talk."
You mean when we're not following orders?
I mean, yes, if we have a moment. It seems that the labor problem seems to be pretty well handled at the moment. But if we have a moment to ourselves, I think we should.
Let's go to our quarters.
If you like.
Jeff, would you say the crew pretty much doubled in size, or how many people were on?
More so, right?
Much more so, yeah. I mean, you were
after the nameless fewer got done with us.
Yeah, exactly. You were a skeleton crew already because you'd lost half of the crew from Mervis. Then that was many of those were replaced, and then nameless few came in and slaughtered a good number of those replacements. So now,
so are we talking like 40, 50 people on the boat? Like how many?
Yeah, you're probably at about 40 because you added 30, and they were, you know, you were down to 10 or less at this point.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it is. There are more of them than there ever were of the pirates that you sailed into the snake bed with.
Sure.
Everyone's able to take their 15-minute break every 3 hours.
Thank goodness. Yes.
It's a union forming. It's just great.
No more 14-hour days.
Driving.
New labor laws. So while before we jump into James's thing, while Uggo is trying to recruit the orcs into his religion, Civ is trying to recruit the scoundrels and thieves into his new thieving guild.
Oh no!
All right, leave some for the bake-off, okay? That's that's Lily and Behemoth's
Oh my
cult.
god!
All right. Roll me a persuasion check. Civ, you have advantage from the Carson.
Okay.
Also, we have more balloons from I Crichton, Ant Jedi, House of Pancakes, Katrin, Road Ends, Down to Clown, Hornus 34, Bo Busy, Celtic Mutt, and others. Thank you so much for those. We appreciate those balloons. And the battle rages, the force of good, force of evil. Did you get a natural 20?
Close. I got a dirty 23.
Dirty 23. All right.
Can you roll a natural 23?
You are doing talking in whispers and innuendo and teasing, tantalizing with these ideas of.
I got Thieves' Cant, so I could even use Thieves' Cant to figure out who knows what and who's on the down low.
Yeah, and you've run into a number of people that have no idea. They were just sort of like merchants. They had no idea. But there are certainly a few who give the old wink and nod and get what you're saying. And there's a little experience in working on the margins of the law for sure.
Excellent. I slip those individuals a little extra food.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lily is forming a union during all
Yeah, everybody's playing politics all of a sudden. It's a
My union is you have rights and you're equipped with them. Use them.
There's cupcakes at the meetings.
Yes. Hema and I do a bake-off / union meetings.
Everyone seems so busy. What is
into
going on?
3 different groups. There's the religious orc section.
Southern orcs.
Section.
Religious Southern orcs.
Religious Southern.
Right, so, yeah. And
yes.
then there's the
heart.
The baking guild over here. So you have to start your own.
It is like cliques and it's like high school on this ship.
High School Musical.
Most likely to join the labor union.
Hey man, I just want my own temple when we get back to the future. Come on.
While James is the nerds, like looks up from his notes like, what? We're forming cliques? I was not informed.
What? I have to sit alone at lunch again?
I love it. Wait, that was an autobiographical tale I just told. All right. That first night, we were kind of talking in these broad strokes, but that first night, James calls a quorum with the team.
Yes, I didn't mean to be so formal, but I wanted to make sure that we had some time.
It's nice now that we have actual help on the boats. We don't have to work so hard.
Yes, it seemed to work out quite well.
I just hope we can feed them and give them water and get to land without any problems.
Yes, and I hope Whitebeard doesn't turn a ton of them into ruthless criminals. We'll see, though, I guess.
Knock on wood when you...
Knock on everything.
I've been letting them all know that they have free will and they should use it.
They definitely do.
Even though Whitebeard can be intimidating, he's so reasonable at times.
True.
Why did you knock on the wood just now?
I don't know, superstition.
It's a thing that superstition. It's a thing. It's that you want to gain luck about something.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's a long.
I think I understand.
Good.
I want to explain luck. Define luck. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's
luck.
this
It
thing.
is
When
quite
bad
hard.
things.
It's quite hard to explain what a jinx is.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Right.
No need to just.
Yes, I know I mentioned this the other night before the snake bed, but I have been thinking quite a lot about Chomel all alone.
Do you know what you're going to say?
Well, I wanted to talk to all of you first, because it's obviously very important.
And the spell will work?
It should.
Well, he knows him.
I know him. I know him in this time. I He's, I'm familiar with him. There is no range.
And it's
so I
anywhere,
don't-
right? Yeah.
Yes, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
I don't know if he knows that his father is dead yet.
There is that.
So are you going to tell him that, or keep it a secret?
I think I should. Listen.
Why should we contact him?
This is what I've been thinking about. I'll be honest. As an orphan myself, left alone after his parents died, I can see very clearly now why he grew up a very angry man. And so my heart breaks for him in an odd way, even though I know he turns into this terrible thing. And the real stick of it is that we need him to turn into that terrible thing.
Do we?
Well, maybe we don't, but the fact of the matter is, if we are whisked back to the present, whenever this mission that we're on with the treasure ends, even if I were to send him a message every day for the next week, 2 weeks, whatever, I'm still going to go away soon, and he will be left alone for more than 20 years.
Could you send him somewhere? Could you try to convince him to go somewhere where he might find a friendly face so that he's not all alone?
To what end, though, if we want him to
This brings us
grow up
back
the
to
same way?
This brings us back to our actions here in the past.
Well, haven't we already changed quite a lot?
Yes.
We have.
Well, James, what do you want from this communication? What's your goal?
I'm not sure that we can stop him from becoming Yuan-Mo, but I wonder if there isn't something, if there isn't some seed that we can plant inside his head that will make, if we are destined to have a battle with him, or at least a battle where we are on opposite sides, there isn't something I can make him remember.
Uggo the Brave. It seemed to mean a lot to him.
It did. He still has it, doesn't he? He still has the hammer.
I would assume so. They didn't take it from him. Although after that explosion and him ripping through the boat and into the ocean, I have no idea.
And this is to make our fight with underwater easier, or
No, I think
no.
I think what James is getting at is we might run into Yuan-Mo again, even when we get back into our original bodies. And is there a way to plant a seed so that that Yuan-Mo will think of us as less
Allies.
of an enemy and more of an ally? Yes.
And we could change that, but not change him attacking Bingle.
Well,
exactly
we do
where
have.
I was going.
We don't necessarily need to even talk to him now, right? We have the information, so if we do meet him again, we have the names of his parents. We have details.
Yes,
We
but
do.
if we talk to him now, why would we not try to stop the attack on Bingle?
Right.
Well, then we're getting into the time loop thing again.
Well,
I'm
but
not
I
sure.
think changing him knowing us does get into the time loop already.
Right.
Lily, I know. I am skeptical about my abilities in order to change him that much in the limited time that we have with 25 words at a time. That's all.
Well, why don't you just send one message to him for now and see how he's doing and check in with him and see what he says. And then use that information to grow some sort of plan or seed or what have you.
I mean, I'm willing. With short rests, I could send him. As long as I'm not using my spells for anything else, I could send him 8 a day.
Ugh, being a
I
warlock
cannot
is so
think
cool.
of a more important task for you, James, than that.
All right.
I can assist you and make you even be able to do that more times a day.
So now we are comfortable with changing time? Because if so, I'd like to go talk to my mom. That'd be great.
You raise an interesting point, Argo. I know. But what scares me, I will just put this out there. What scares me and what I think the very cruel lesson that Nonezaron was trying to teach us was that we play with fire, sorry Vahima, is that we play with very volatile chemicals if we try to change what happens between now and the present. The beauty or the, you know, of just giving Yanmoa a memory is that we won't use it until after we're back. Assuming we go back, which is maybe a foolish assumption at this point.
Maybe just sort of
I feel like I'm playing
phrase?
with very intense things right now, and so that's why I'm wanting to talk to all of you about this, because Lily, obviously, I'm terrified. I'm terrified of screwing up. I'm terrified of not doing enough.
I'm terrified of being someone's plaything, and that's exactly what we are.
In some ways, Ugo, there are things we can't control, but in a lot of ways, there are things we can.
You know what I
That is
can control? Whether I believe a dragon or not.
Yes, the dragon could have been lying
Why though?
to manipulate us.
Why do the Shazangao, nameless few, seem related to
That's
dragon?
another question. That's another question entirely, though.
That makes me very suspect. I was already suspect, and now I am very suspect.
But we've also seen the Shazangao be. Need we remember that the Shazangao were one of the groups most responsible for the wardens? Remember that feeling?
I do.
Being in that room in that chamber with all those people?
Well, perhaps the nameless few aren't truly representative of the entire Shazangao Empire. They're just one subsect.
Have we considered that the wardens are wrong?
I'm
And that
considering
what we are
everything.
seeing is a lie itself.
What
I'm
do you mean?
considering everything, Ugo. I'm just trying to follow the evidence of what we have, and I don't think we have a lot of evidence to support that.
I have the evidence of being manipulated with my emotions.
what do you mean? Do you think the wardens are?
If we are playthings, and I wanted to influence you, I would get you emotional about what you see and feel.
But the wardens haven't communicated with us.
We have been in their minds. We have seen the past. Who's showing us that past? How much of it is true?
Presumably the amulet.
You have not answered question. Amulet could be just as wrong and lies as the dragon.
I
For
feel
all I
like,
know, the amulet is the dragon.
unfortunately, we're getting into territory where we don't trust anything, and I think that's honestly more dangerous to us.
I agree.
Thank
When
you.
we all stop trusting everything, then we have no basis to work from, and we can all turn on each other
I
very
trust
quickly.
you
But why, Ugo?
because you're the only thing that I know is real.
But based on your logic, I could just be playing with you, could I
You
not?
could, yes, you could. But do you know what your actions show?
Exactly, but I'm saying there's other actions that haven't necessarily implied that we're playthings.
Being moved around in time and left with no explanations at all of what we are doing or why we're there or what we are seeing is very literally that.
I agree with that, but we don't know who did that.
I am not, I want to know, and I have no idea other than the dragon and the amulet, since they've been around when this has happened to us. But what I'm afraid of and what I'm seeing is that we are just accepting what is happening to us. We are not questioning it openly all the time.
I disagree with you there. I'm sorry if you feel that way. And Ugo, the evidence that you do have about the wardens is that whether or not the wardens are lying to us, whether or not the amulet is lying to us, look at the good that we've been able to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Look
look
at
at the bad that has happened.
No, listen to me, sir. Listen to me.
I listen plenty. It is you who does not listen to me.
You are very wrong. You are very hard not to listen to, actually, since you're screaming in my face.
Apologize. I let my anger get the better of me again.
I know. It's
I'm working
okay.
on it. I would like to
respect
point
you.
out that in the snake business, I wanted to do exactly what we did with Mervis Blowhard, and I did not. Why? Because all of you have taught me. Because I listen to you.
I understand. It's a journey, and you're doing quite well. And I'm guilty sometimes, Ugo, of just keeping everything else in a nice little compartment on a shelf in my mind and just handling what's in front of me.
I can understand.
The questions you're asking about the wardens and about the amulet, I don't know.
Then
But
we
all I
mess
know-
with things. Do what we are not expected to do. Mess it up. Make it dirty. Be chaotic.
Please stay focused.
I
Please
am
stay
focused.
No, you're not. This whole conversation began as a conversation about Chomel, and I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Because
Look,
we don't know what's happening to us.
I think we should just put any sort of wrecking the timeline to rest. Because I personally believe, like I've said many times, that we can't change it. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. So that's why I'm asking what you want out of this. Because that's more important to me. And Ugo, you've recently found a new faith, right?
Yes. I would
Well,
not say clarification of faith.
Okay. So all of us have chosen to have faith that the amulet is reality. And it's pushing us along a path that we're meant to be on. And thus far, I have also had my reservations about the wardens and how much truth we've actually been told about them, but I think we just have to have faith. I don't have any faith in gods, but that I do have faith in.
I have faith in all of you. That is what I have faith in. I just want us to know what we are doing.
That's why we started talking about this.
James, you can
Because
say
I-
whatever you want to him. I think we have all the tools necessary if we meet him again. We have the names of his parents. We have details, like I said. I don't think any injection of a memory is going to change anything. But I support
it's-
you.
It as I said, I'd be lying if I said it didn't worry me slightly to even poke this. But I
I
think
feel most for Lily.
I know.
She gets no say in any of this.
She has a say.
No, in what happens to Bingle. If we are to believe what the dragon says, then there is no way to stop it.
No, that's not what he said, or it, or whatever. What it said was that we had a choice, and if we choose to go down a certain path, that it was going to change everything.
But then it took that choice away from us. It just showed
No,
us.
actually,
Right.
Chomel, Baojai, and Choron took that choice away from us.
Correct. You're right.
And we had many opportunities to do something about it before that moment.
When? When could we have changed that in that moment? We snapped back to time and that choice was made.
Before.
could've-
Before
could've-
we.
We were
Yes.
making that choice. We were going to Bingle.
Yes, I know. We were trying to make a change, but there are more permanent ways to do it.
Like what?
You're going to make me say it, aren't you?
Yup.
Kill Whitebeard.
No. Although
Oh,
that
sorry.
that would have done it as well. That's actually a good point. That probably would have done it too.
Yes, but who knows what else it would have thrown into a complete chaos.
Right. And that's the question.
Aren't we already in pure chaos?
I don't
think
think
so.
we've totally gone off the deep end yet.
We are in the past. What do you mean we're not off the deep end?
Well,
go-
we haven't killed Whitebeard, and right now, Chomel is slowly turning into Yuan-Mo. So we really haven't changed anything huge.
I'm going to tell you how I've started looking at this, and maybe it will help you.
Yes.
It's like we have the strangest job in the world. And it is a job that sends us places that we can't necessarily control. And we have to do what we think is best in those situations. So when you say that you're a pawn and you have no control, you're wrong. We can't always control where we go or when we go. But now that we're here, the amulet seems to trust us to do certain things.
Then why don't we just throw
Whitebeard off the side of the ship?
Because we don't know that that is for the best.
But you just said the choice is ours, and we know what he turns into.
Right. But for all the reasons that I don't really want to go over again, we could possibly, again, ruin the future.
We're trying to get to the treasure, are we not? We need Whitebeard.
Yes.
Why? What do we need Whitebeard for?
Because the amulet told us, if we remember the beginning of this whole adventure, the first thing we saw was us in Turles with Whitebeard and Loudmouth. And we were told that we seemingly helped get this treasure. Treasure, by the way, that Whitebeard won't be able to get back in the present. So, very possible that but it will be in a vault in Turles, where we know it will be, and he will be dead. So, this is probably the amulet's way of giving us weapons, of giving us items. Who knows what's in there?
I like that line of thinking.
Giving us the tools to deal with the Ashen Mage.
Correct.
Yes.
Doesn't save Bingle.
No,
it doesn't. And that's awful.
But we had the chance to do that.
Yes, we did. You're right. And we have the chance to...
And that is why I am angry. That is why I need to talk about this, and I am upset. Because we had the chance and we did not take it. And that does not feel heroic to me.
Look, I think you could throw Whitebeard off the ship right now. You could. I wouldn't stop you.
I'd hope you would help me.
I think he would survive. Because he's alive in the future. So I would start thinking short term.
So it is your opinion that we cannot change the future, and that no matter what we do, it will rectify itself.
I believe it is.
I think that's potentially dangerous. It worries me.
Yes.
Well,
but we need to experiment. We need to do something to experiment.
Then why don't we
I think we have.
Well, that is why I am trying to talk to orcs. I want to talk to them now. Tell them of things. And see in the future when we return, hopefully we return, see what they have to say.
I think that's an excellent thing that you're doing, and I also think the odds of it drastically changing our time, or what we have done, or what we'll be able to do to save things when we return to the present, the odds of that adversely affecting it are very low. So go ahead, please. The odds of killing someone like Whitebeard, who played a rather large role in us becoming the people that we are, worries me. And it has since the beginning. And that, again, as I said to you the other day, the being forced to choose between Bingle or possibly the rest of the world is the cruelest logic there is.
Yes.
And Lily, my heart breaks. So what do you want me to do? Do I leave Chomel? Do I leave him be? Or what do I try to say?
I don't know. And I don't feel I can be objective in this situation because I'm truly the only one who loses in both scenarios. Not that I don't love you all and am so thankful that I met you, but I lose both ways.
That's fair.
So it's not me who can make this decision because, as we've said, it doesn't seem like it's our decision to make. And I would fight all day to save Bingle, but I don't want to sacrifice the rest of the world. I don't want to never have met you. I don't want to have to make this decision. And I don't even know if I can make this decision, as Ugo has said. I think about it all the time, but I remain quiet because I am truly at a lose-lose scenario. And I don't mean to be dismissive of you reaching out to him, but it feels like if we're going to change anything, we said we couldn't change the future. That's what we came back here and we made that agreement, and we weren't going to try. We were going to try not change things. And now we're going to try and change things. So what decision are we making?
I think James is wanting your permission to not change things.
It's not my permission to give.
I don't know if I could change things even if I tried. As I said, how much longer do we have here in this time? If assuming that the mission is to go to the vault, we have another week, 8 days, 10 days. What could I say to him over that time that could really change something if he's going to be left alone at the bottom of the ocean for 22 years?
Well, someone has to find him at some point to corrupt him. A small boy left alone doesn't necessarily always become evil unless there's another influence teaching the boy how to be evil.
Send him to Turles. To your daddy.
It's a long way.
He can swim.
He's 5.
He's alone. If I was alone, and I have been, what I did was search for someone, and I found all of you.
Like I
Since we're
said,
relating to Chomel.
What about the salvage menders?
Also good decision.
We don't know where they are. That's the unfortunate thing, is they sort of float around. And we don't.
Yes.
We especially don't know where they are now.
well, you could give him options.
Yes.
Why don't you just reach out to him and see what he says? I don't think that's going to ruin the world or the future if you just speak to the boy 25 words.
I agree.
Perhaps leave out the dead father part, just in case.
Because then what you just said about 25 words would not be true.
Right.
Right.
The boy
You're telling him
deserves
not
to
to
know,
tell him
though.
about his dad?
No, I think you should tell the boy about his father. He deserves to know.
He deserves to know that no one's coming for him.
Yes. And that he should be brave.
That's going to instill hatred towards the Shazengao.
I think that ship has sailed.
All right. Good luck, my friend. You're going to need it.
I was only 3 years older than him when my parents died.
I put a hand on your shoulder.
Thank you.
It's not easy. I think you and I both know that.
Right.
What happened to your parents?
They were ill. It was a sickness I went through. And I was sent in a cart to the city.
Would you like someone to stay with you while you do it?
Please, I guess.
What would you have liked the most, being that young boy on the cart? What words would have helped you the most?
You'd find friends?
That above anything else? Above direction? Above saying you're safe?
Definitely tell him it's not his fault.
Yes.
I'll wait with you if you want me to.
Please. Please. Here I go. I'll cast sending. Chomel. I'm so sorry. Your father is gone. He loved you. Your mother loved you. Jeff, I'll cast sending like twice just to to extend if I keep going. I know you're scared. I know you're you're alone. But you won't always be. Be brave. Remember your parents. Remember Uggo the Brave. We'll meet again.
And these two sending messages become particles. These effervescent essence of this message rises from you and evaporates into the ether, into the very air around you. You sit, you listen. In your mind, you hear have nothing. I will take everything from them and leave them with nothing.
What did he say?
You don't want to know.
Okay. And I'll leave.
Lily,
Yes?
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Because I feel bad for you.
There's nothing anyone can do. Just
I can love you.
thank you, Uck. And I love you all very much. It's one person who stifles all my joy. He literally kills not my family, but my extended family, my home. And if that had been happened to any of you, I think you would understand. So, excuse me.
And you sail south. A week turns into 8 days, then 10, then 12. The trip is much longer than even Saugus had predicted. Days in which the winds don't cooperate, days in which rough seas result in slower going, days where there's no land in sight, and then days when the twisting coastline is visible in the distance, dense trees and cliffs, plains and rolling hills. Rounding Caldoxi Cape, the home of the Tortles, you even catch a glimpse of their coastal homes, built like massive shells perched on the edge of the ocean. This is a common trade route, and you even spy a number of merchant ships off in the distance, flying the colors of Latlan and Colsey, no doubt carrying all manner of cargo to be dispersed to towns and cities throughout Ain. And for many of the new passengers aboard your ship, this was their old life before they were captured by the Yuan-Ti. But none of them seems to be wistful or even take notice of the trade vessels. There's a focus that takes shape over the long journey, a galvanizing of this haggard group of refugees into the new crew of Whitebeard's Itch. Teams of sailors maintain a disciplined running of the sails and rigging, fishermen and women, organized shifts of working the nets and cages to expand food supplies. And Whitebeard's cook, Dander Kelly, recruits new assistants to aid in the preparation of larger and more extravagant meals.
Can I volunteer for that?
Absolutely.
I'll help the fishermen.
And even in just a few days of this journey, you notice that many of these freed prisoners are getting some meat on their bones.
gaunt frames filling out and gaining muscle from hard work. There's an eagerness to prove themselves. A brave few tie themselves into rigging, hang over the side, and repaint the White Witch back to Whitebeard's itch. There's a sense of ownership and camaraderie amongst the crew that you hadn't experienced before. Finally, you hear word that the ship is turning west and heading for land. You have one final night in which Uggo, you and the other orcs meet on the deck.
When they arrive, Uggo has a half circle of candles spread out behind him and lit. And he says, Jeff, are any of them actually barbarians? Like, do they understand rage beyond just anger?
No, there was none that would be classified as a barbarian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. No intimate knowledge of the benefits of raging. Gotcha. Cool.
I mean, I think some of them have certainly experienced that
Right.
part of orcish life, but
Right.
none of them themselves, yeah.
Right. When they come up on deck, Uggo, this is now not 6 days, right? It's more than that.
Yes.
So
exactly.
is it still the 6th day, or would I? Do you?
Well, if you want to do it on the 6th day, you can, but I assumed you wanted to do it on the day before.
Yeah, the day before.
So
yeah.
this is the 12th day now, but
Okay.
it seems that you are finally turning west and headed. You moved around the Cape, Caldoxy Cape, and headed in toward where you're going to dock.
Great. When they arrive, Uggo says, "I want to tell you a story."
And they stand attentively.
There once was a small boy, a brave boy, a Triton boy. This all happened, as far as Uggo know, before the time before.
They turn and nod at each other.
Uggo learned a lot from this boy. He learned tragedy, unavoidable, will happen in life. He learned the danger of taking out your own tragedy on others. And he learned most of all that there are beings greater than us who watch over us. Some are better than others. A long time ago, there was a city that this boy destroyed. And a very brave hero told the whole world when an adventuring group saved them all. Every person in the world heard these words. I have discovered long-lost knowledge. Do not be afraid. And Uggo rages and brings forth his ancestors. These, notice, ancestors. One is human. Uggo learn. Orc and human descend from one another.
There seems to be some resistance to this notion.
I also resisted. It is before you. It is undeniable. This anger inside me, and I know you feel it yourself. It is not natural. It comes from somewhere. And we must outgrow it. And Uggo stops his rage. I am still learning. But I have found something that helps keep the anger at bay. Where I can use it to help others, to better others' lives. So that maybe in the future, our poor lives will be prevented by others. This, I believe, is the orc calling. I understand if you deny it and you walk away. I understand that this is
hard to accept. But I want you to know the name. Candle Queen.
They look down at the candles, confused, look up at you, the circle illuminating you from underneath.
She has not yet made herself known to the world. But one day you will know her. You will hear her name. And when you do, you will know what I have told you is true. Now, if any of you wish to join me in understanding our anger, overcoming it and using it to right the wrongs of this world, then I invite you to sit with me amongst the candles so that we may talk and I can tell you of the words of Dondo Corrigana.
There's a look back and forth, three of them staring at each other.
Might make right. There is no might in sitting, talking, helping others. We lose everything. Now we are here, given power again, given strength again.
Yes.
We will take. We will not give. Nothing given to us, only taken.
And he moves over and kicks over one of the candles. It lands on its side and snuffs out. And he turns and starts walking, and another one of the orcs goes with him, and the third watches them go and turns and looks at you and goes,
I would like to hear.
Oh.
Sit with me, brother.
And the rest of that night is spent in discussion as Ago tries to lay out what he knows, what he believes. And early the next morning, up from the crow's nest. Go ahead, what did you want to say?
I have something early the next morning. I want to knock on Lily's door.
Sure.
Hello?
Hello, it's me.
Come in.
You see me standing there, and I have a tray of baked goods in front of me that look like I made them myself, and I just rolled an 11, so you can tell that I made them myself. Like trying to make a cookie, trying to make a sticky bun, trying to make a muffin.
Did you make these?
Yes, I was learning down in the scullery with the others, and I asked if I could experiment with the flour, and he was too busy with something else. He just let me do whatever I wanted. So here you go, pastries. You said that these, you know,
I
made
love
you happy.
pastries. Yes.
Yes.
The best breakfast.
Yes, and I thought it might bring a smile to your face.
Thank you. It does. Have you tried them?
No.
You didn't taste test them.
No, I got so carried away with making them. I mean, I tried a little bit while I was doing it, but I haven't tried these. I hope these are better than the ones I started with.
Well, I'm sure they're going to be great.
Would you like to share them with me?
Yes, please come in. Thank you. I think I'm sharing a room with Fahima, yeah?
That would make sense, yeah.
Fahima,
I'm sleeping.
sorry. Okay. Civ made breakfast when you wake up.
Okay, I'll just be over here.
Roll a
sleeping.
performance check.
So yeah, Fahima's gonna roll over and sleep.
All right, if you are pretending to sleep, then yeah, I would like to see, roll a deception check. Roll a deception check. You had
Deception.
advantage from Mickey Wolf 19, countered by Grim Faded.
Oh, thank you to you both. Oh, that was so bad. Oh god. Oh god. 4.
Oh no!
Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Fooling no one. Fahima makes a big show of.
Civ, trying to be
Yes.
polite. Listen, I've slept in the same room as Fahima for many days, and she's definitely awake.
Oh, that's all right.
The one eye is creepy.
I don't know why she's pretending to be asleep, but maybe we should appease her.
Oh, all right. Well, I just wanted to bring these by, to try and cheer you up. And I did want to say that I wanted to apologize. I realize that I spoke very rashly when we were talking to the Chrono Dragon. And I want you to know that I have thought it through, and I realize that although I still agree with my choice, I should have spoken to you first before I said anything. And that was very rude and inconsiderate and foolish of me.
It's all right. You don't owe me anything. And I understand. I'm not trying to be passive aggressive or dramatic. I truly do understand that this decision it's me who loses out. I know that you care for Bingle. I know you do, and I know you don't want them to be hurt, but you don't have the personal connection that I do, and I wouldn't expect anyone to have to think about it the same way I do.
Well, I just wanted to say that I was sorry, and that I understand if you want to change things. If you tell me that you want to make sure that Bingle survives, I'll do whatever I can within my power to make sure that that happens.
I mean, if I'm honest, I do want to change things. I do want Bingle to survive, but I question more and more each day if that's even an option that we have. Like Fahima said, how much can we... I'm glad she's sleeping for this so she doesn't hear how much I appreciate what she said. How much decision power do we really have? You know?
So you believe in fate and destiny?
To be honest, I don't know what I believe anymore. I really don't. I want to have an answer. I want to be able to save Bingle, and I want to be able to know all of you. I think I want everything. It's perhaps selfish. But I want to be able to save Bingle. A lot of very good people died. But I also would feel terrible if that decision then hurt the rest of the world. So it's a bit impossible.
I think it's a gamble either way.
Eva is awake. It is a gamble. But it's also a question of what do you say to a 5-year-old boy to change what he does.
Well, I remember how I was when I was 6.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember what happened to me when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm. And what at 6 years old would have changed what you did?
Love.
Yes. I fear that's the one thing I've struggled to show that boy. Which I know is terrible because it's kind of my thing, you know? Love everyone. But I can't do it with him, and I know I should try. But all I see is a murderer. But you're right. Also, how do you show a boy love now that we're not around him?
We can find a way. If that's what you want.
I guess the way you put it. I know we're not supposed to mess with the timeline, or I don't know really, but it seems like it's risky. But would showing him love mess it up so much?
I don't think so. I'd be quite surprised if showing a boy who's lost everything that there's hope and that there's still love in the world, he might not grow it to be quite so nasty.
Well, then that's what I want to do.
Very well. I will put my pen to paper and I will speak to James.
Thank you, Sif.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so willing to apologize and be open with me. I know it's not easy. Always.
It's certainly not my forte.
You're quite good at it.
I've been changed. And I'm going to quickly lean in and kiss you and then sneak out of the room before Fahima freaks out.
Oh, Fahima, your bed's on fire! Oh, no.
The sheets are
I'll pour water all over Fahima.
Oh, I just I get gassy when I sleep. Must have been that. Oh my god.
And on that note, you hear the call ringing out in the early morning. Land ho! It rings out from the crow's nest. And as any of you that are on the deck, I'm assuming Ugo has been sleeping on the deck, you can see the rising shape of a continent out ahead of you. And you had departed your own timeline, having traveled far in Latland, from Winkberg up through Marsh, during Stranger's Fate, all the way along the Golden River to the Dwarven Lands and into Dalto Thum. But since that moment when you were transported back in time, you haven't set foot in that familiar realm of Latland. For a couple of you, this land is your home. And Whitebeard has indicated that he aims to eschew ports and towns as much as possible to avoid his own wanted status among many authorities in Latland towns and burgs. So the ship takes anchor a few miles offshore of a nondescript section of coastline, and bright sandy beaches glisten in the distance. And that's where we're gonna go to intermission.
Yay!
So we have arrived at Latland. When we get back from intermission, we will land ho. And we have some love. I want to thank some folks giving us lots of balloons during that lengthy stretch. Chef Scott 68, Wobbly Meerkat, Grapthar's Hammer, Pytyra's Stormblade, Chef Scott 68 again, Tuo Mask, Anthropomorphic Muppet, A.G. McLeod, the Carson, and others. The current totals as of this moment for the war of forces. Force war. Good. 53%. Force of evil, 47%.
Wow.
Airband's going to take care of you over
Nice.
intermission. We will take a brief break and we will be back with the second half of the show.
That was
Stick
because
around.
of Jared's conversation.
Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after a brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company. Ooh, this is a nice little ditty. Hit me with a little soft shoe there. That's it, Milo. Ah, yes. He does have the moves, I'll tell you that much. If he doesn't have anything else, which he really doesn't, he's got the moves. I mean, he does a buffalo shuffle like you've never seen. And he does use the real taps. He's got the whole clicky-clack going on. All right, everyone. I must say, before we continue any further with this intermission, if you're not watching this live, I really highly recommend watching it live. Super simple. Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific. You can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the watchers of the time stream. Also, make sure to join the Discord, because they're so lovely. I've taught them well, have I not? Oh, yes, and here's a tip from me to you. Go to caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run and follow the show. See the star? Click it so that you'll get a reminder when we're live on Wednesday nights. Turn it up, would you, Milo? We're about to have some fun. Some cheeky fun. Yes, here we go. All right. Is it Milo killing time? No, random guy. No, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I've decided I no longer think it's a good idea to kill Milo. I think Milo should be treated with respect and love from now on. Thank you so much. Do you dance, Lord Erebin? Do I dance? I used to do every single dance. I mean, name a dance. I'll do it now. I mean, I can't actually get up and do it. I have just did leg day a week ago, but yes, normally yes. The foxtrot, no problem. Can I moonwalk? Have you ever seen? You haven't seen me moonwalk. Of course not. Had you seen me moonwalk, you'd know exactly where Michael Jackson originally got it. And no, it wasn't from the dancing guy from Broadway, although that's what many people think. No, he got it from me. Churunga, actually, the one thing that I would say, I'm probably not as a disco guy. I do like it. I mean, I'll listen, but not really into the dance moves, you know? Can I do the sprinkler? Splish, splash. I am the sprinkler. Lord Grain, Lord A, does it mean Macarena? I think you mean Macarena. Captain Crunch, Lord A, capitalize the A for crying out loud, Captain. That's the least you could do. If you're not going to say Araban, at least capitalize the A. Lord A hides his WFRO wig. His fro wig is probably what you were going for there. Bell bottoms and roller skates. Yes, I do. It's all about disco now. It seems everyone wants to discuss disco. Lord A is in the headphone silent rave scene. Yes. Well, I was for a little. It quickly got out of hand, though. Eating brains during those events were not really the wisest thing to do, especially more than one. Sean Patrick saying, at Lord Erebin, yes, you taught us on the Discord well, but we wish you would join. What, the Discord? Yes, of course. I was just about to do that. Let me log in. Angel Devilson, does Milo like to dance? Does he? Angel, what do you think started this whole conversation? Him doing the soft shoe. Of course he's great. He's one of the best. He doesn't do anything else good, but yes, he does that very well. I could see you digging the punk scene of the 80s, Red Robin says. Yes. I could dig a little punk here and there. Not too much, though. Captain, thank you for that. And thank you for adding the chevron above, or whatever you call that. Dragon Rose, Mr. Roboto. Ooh, yes. A big fan. Sean Patrick saying, I could see Lord A with a mohawk. You mean like hair in the middle of my head? You realize, of course, that my brain is exposed, yes? Just FYI, if you didn't. I know the lighting here is a little dark, but no, that's my brain there. And I don't have hair coming out of it. I don't have hair anywhere on my body. Thank goodness. Otherwise, I'd have to shave it. Lord A, how do you feel about ska? Says Kiru82. That's the punky sort of trumpety slash I don't even know, punky trumpet punk. Yes, Can we call it that? Not a big fan. But if you love it, don't stop listening. I'm sure it's great. Okay, hold on here. Damon 7, Lord A. Marley. Ooh, I think I get where you're going with that one. Fill me in on that, would you? Lord A. Marley? Bob Marley, that's right. Yes, very much so. Big reggae fan. Yes, yes. Private investigator, Lord A, who is the picture over your shoulder? Well, private investigator, if your name is any indication of you, I think you can figure that out, can't you? Good. Okay, now, Darth M, more like Marley and Scrooge. Is that Scroog or Scrooge? Is that how you spell Scrooge? Milo, can you do me a favor? Ask Google to spell Scrooge and tell me what it comes up with. Sprinkle Winkle. Yes. Exactly what I was thinking. Oh, and sorry about that. Yes, you were checking Google wrong. That's it. It's wrong. Goggle. My apologies. With one O. Druid Otter says, does Milo have possible psionic powers? Well, not really, but I can read his brain. Technically. Although it's not really reading, it's more like witnessing. You don't want to go there if you don't have to. How about that? All right. Katrine says, when did Lord A get so pleasant and friendly? Not enough bulls? Well, no, Katrine, no. I think that we've had enough. Listen, Milo's not dumb. He's inexperienced, you know? And I don't think, let's give him a chance for a bit. Why hurt him anymore, you know? That's why. Just stop with the bulls, yes? I mean, I said stop before, but now I really mean just no reason to touch those. It's Sean Patrick, yes. Reading Milo's mind is sort of like a picture book without any pictures. Sort of. To a degree. Dreamblaze, the bulls don't affect Lord A directly anymore. You're right, Dreamblaze, that's correct. Yes, absolutely, 100% correct. Thank you for indicating that and letting everyone know. Pete Moss. Code A. Code A. Code A? Load A? Code... What is that? What would that actually mean if we were to abbreviate code? Commander? But with a K? Nonetheless, we could just bypass that completely. I was going through the process of trying to think it through. Am I a Crobo? Crobo? I don't know what that is. Someone please fill me in. Since you were the real Tabaxi Rogue saying here, interesting. I love the name, by the way. Since you were Heffy's college roommate, what did you study? LOL. Everyone. I hope that gives you your answer. Fectious, what would a zombie illithid eat normal foods? At Lord Ereban. Fectious, very genius. Would you like to come work for me? I need a new minion. Did you hear that, Milo? I'm just kidding, Milo. You're doing great. Continue doing the soft shoe. Listen, don't blow up. No reason to blow up, Milo. I know we've had fun with that in the past. The difficulty is really the cleanup, so let's just leave it at that. All right, listen, everyone, before we continue on with this conversation, which is great, I'm having a wonderful time. I hope you are too. I hope that we are all relaxing after that wonderfully powerful, emotional first half, especially the end. But I wanted to talk to you about something. Chef Scott, thank you for that. Yes, props. It's very important because if we don't, well, no, share the show comes later. Random guy, can you please let me do my job, everyone? I have it. I'll handle it. I'd like to talk to you about the dungeon run props. And remember, normally... Change box, I'm trying to read into what you're saying there. Do tell Lord A, we wish you would. About what? I'll let you get... Oh, change box, I knew it. I knew it! A -5 to the ASSS party. Definitely. As a matter of fact, you are uninvited. Okay, dungeon run props. There are 5. You can grant, number 1, the gift of advantage to anyone on the team and or our DM, Jeff Canotta. That is the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and taking the highest value. Very nice. Alternatively, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the lowest value. After all, it's a disadvantage, and life is pain. Now, when you give a... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's got a sting. Oh, yeah. Yes, no, continue doing the whole thing there, man. Let me just breathe through that one there. Oh. I don't know if any of you have ever experienced hemorrhoids, but these are they are not as bad as this, let me tell you. All right, let's continue. Hey, that was painful. Now, when you give advantage or disadvantage, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Good. You won't like it. And of course, there's show love, which of course there's a new kind of thing going on here with showing love, which is you have a choice on how... Why am I getting a call? Milo! There is a telemarketer calling. Hang it up! Unbelievable. Don't they know I'm working? Fun. Yes, it is a flip phone. The StarTAC, as it were. Okay, let's continue. Now, you can choose to support. There are 2 teams now, and you all know this, but I just wanted to repeat. There is the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil. Team Force of Good is the yellow balloons. Team Force of Evil is the purple balloons. If you wish to, or if you'd like to show your support for Team Force of Good, a yellow balloon, or many. If you'd like to show your support for Evil and the Force of Evil, a purple balloon. They're so absolutely beautiful. Now, the choice is up to you, and we'll update you on whose team is showing the most love throughout the show, and then a final result at the end. And we have been throwing up the stats on the screen every so often, which I think is kind of cool. Very nice. Now, as I said earlier, there is one other prop, and that one is what Chef Scott decided to show us all, the Milo's Ball. Really, not really important anymore. In fact, I'm pretty sure that as far as it goes, it no longer does anything, really. Okay, so there's that. Good. Let's get back to what we were doing before. Oh, man. If I had a spine, it would definitely be in pain. Lord A versus Jeff Peterson. Discuss. Versus a human? Look, if you're gonna put me versus anything, it might as well be a god. Or at least level 50 plus, all right? A late show robot. Damien 7. What, me? I'll have you know, I am no robot. I can do the robot. I won't do it now, but I could. I just realized Lord A is wearing a merch shirt. Splish, splash, that is incorrect, actually. I stole this from the caffeine offices when I went once before I ate someone's brains at the office and was then kicked out because I had killed one of their, well, flayed one of their own. It wasn't a good idea. I probably shouldn't have done it. All right. Lord A versus Cthulhu, Doc Lannister. I'll take you up on that. Actually, you know what? I would. I'm in. Let's go. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? He's gonna kill me. What? I have 1 year to live anyways. I'm 120 years old, 121. Most illithids only live till what? 125 max. Let's go. Come on, Cthulhu. In fact, yes, Goofy. I'll call him Cathy Hulu. He doesn't like that. Yes. Rogden. Ugh. Much longer. As long as I want. Or actually, maybe you were discussing something else. I don't know. But look, Ron, I love you. Hopefully you love me. I mean, I'm reading your mind right now. And you don't, it sounds like, in your brain. And that's uncomfortable for me. I know you love me, I'm just playing. That would be fun. Morgan Peter Brown versus Lord Erebran. No, not the real Morgan Peter Brown. Maybe James Quillos, I could take him, but not Morgan Peter Brown. No, no. Morgan Peter Brown in real life is basically a level 99. And I know what you're saying. Wait 1 second. There is no level 99. You're wrong. I've seen one. Morgan Peter Brown. Grave Witch, me versus Erebran. Just you versus Erebran with 1 N or 2 N's? And is it a Lord? Because they're different, you see. Lord Erebran with 2 N's, I wouldn't do that if I were you. If you can find someone by the name of Erebran, by all means, I'm sure. You'll do very well in that versus. Shavery, I say the ball hurts Lord A from now on. Ridiculous. Come on. What is that? It's nonsense. Oh no, Grave, no, you're all good. I'm just saying don't challenge me to. No one wants to fight me. It's not fun fighting. Fighting is bad. We should all be friends and love one another. Yes, come on. Let's do it. Listen, the world is hard enough as it is. Yes? Let's just love and watch shows about 5 heroes and adventurers in a glorious story by one Jeff Canada, my favorite of all roommates ever in the history of roommates. Now, everyone, the good news is I'm done with you. No, that's not good news, but you get the idea. I'm done with this portion. And I'm going to let you go back to the show, which is what you really came for, you see. Now, before I do, I want to thank you all, those of you that have shared the show. If you haven't, I'll ask you to please do so. Hashtag the dungeon run. Why not? Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Why? Because this show needs to go on forever. Not because so I can have this role here and do this. No, not at all. But because it's so beautiful and so good, and it deserves every bit of exposure that it can get. All right? That's why. Now, remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversation around the game. But until then, it's time to join our adventurers.
Yeah! Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for hanging with us. Quick update on the Force battle, the Force War. Team Force of Good, 45%. Team Force of Evil, 55%. Force of Evil comes strong at the end.
Force of Evil does not like losing.
Yeah.
Force of Evil does the old rope-a-dope. You know what I'm saying? Rope-a-dope in there. Yeah. But we have
the darker it gets outside, the more Force of Evil comes out to play.
Can you say rope-a-dope without doing that with your head?
Sure, I can say rope-a-dope without doing that.
I don't think so.
Tiger Lily, Hallie 2019, Psycho 9, Love for the Catman, Jinlei, White Tiger Angel, Arcane Rebel, Dragon Rose, Digital Realm, and others. Thank you for the balloons. Thank you for the battles of the balloons. We love it. We appreciate you. And we are back into our tales. So we arrived at land, and there is a massive effort to disembark. As I said, Whitebeard knows that he is wanted throughout this realm, and so has avoided a major port here to get to Kingdon. Kingdon inland a bit on the continent.
Jared, thank you.
It's by about a thumb.
Yeah, about a thumb's worth. You guys got to travel a thumb's worth.
Right.
A good solid thumb's worth, and that's a Jared Kajak thumb. So that's no that's no small thumb. And so you are the boat, which has been rechristened the Whitebeard's Itch, is now once again anchored a mile or two offshore, and there is this big effort to bring bodies ashore. You are not the only people that are coming ashore. The plan, such as it is to create a couple of different camps. One camp right here within sight of the ship, and then a smaller group to go with you and Whitebeard and get near Kingdon, and then do another camp, establish another camp there, and then have just the 5 of you and Whitebeard go into Kingdon to try to go in, find the treasure, and then be able to get word to a larger group, find out how you can get it out, and then have a larger group of people be able to make that happen.
Isn't Whitebeard gonna get noticed immediately if we go into Kingdon?
Well, that's the idea, is that this will be a smaller party so that you can try to go in surreptitiously, go in, get out, or at least find the treasure, extricate it in some way, and then secret it out with a lot of other people.
Stealth mission.
Using so many SAT words right now.
I mean, crushing it.
Wow.
Do we get to disguise Whitebeard?
I mean, this is up to you.
Shave it off.
Does he want to be the White Witch? Ooh.
Shave it off. That's the plan, such as has been explained to you through Loudmouth, is that now that you have this much larger crew, there is this big effort, multiple boats, rowboats, taking materials, taking supplies onto land, onto the mainland there, to establish a base of operations. You have those skiffs that you remember from the deserted island that had been used to move stuff across. The supplies and the loot from that mission were on those skiffs that can be pulled by human beings. In this process, this multi-hour process, at one point Whitebeard goes by and he goes,
what would have been useful here is a giant, crawling, mechanical machine that can lift an incredible amount, go underwater and on land.
Maybe I found it rather hard to operate myself.
We needed a crew, and now we have the manpower to do it.
No, what he means is we're very good at operating it and know exactly how it works.
Of course.
But we don't enjoy it because it's claustrophobic.
And it smells like vomit in there.
Yes.
Right. Because of never mind.
Vomit.
Anyway, so this process is happening, and a number of the new crew is setting up a base camp, and a smaller contingent of about a half dozen of the crew, the 5 of you, Whitebeard, you arrive on shore. You find soft, thin sand, easy to beach your rowboat, and a few yards up the coast, this gives way to low, bushy dunes littered with seaweed and rocks. The smell of seaweed in your nose. This is land. We are on the continent.
I get down and squish the sand with my hands and roll in the sand and kiss the rocks.
Thank goodness.
climb a tree for no reason whatsoever, just because it's
Wow,
there.
I just remembered you're a tabaxi.
There's another tabaxi with you as well. There's a number of these new recruits. There's these bushes with red thistles that are growing up out of the turf, and then that kind of gives way to this gentle rise that goes up and gets into denser grassland.
Red thistles?
Yeah, red thistles. Yeah, I didn't even make that connection, but yes, that's what they are. That's
funny.
That's my bad. No, but that's what you see. These thistles with like little red tops on them. And
that's where I got my name. That's where I got my name.
That's
No, I feel like this would be definitely acknowledged in the group.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know.
Look, Civ, it's your father. Just kidding.
It's your namesake.
Yeah. I actually pull out. Oh, I don't have it because I'm not in that body. Shoot.
I was gonna ask you about that. Is that something you mentioned it on the rundown? Was that something that we know about?
I don't know. I don't know if you would have seen him pull it out. I mean, maybe when he was, reading a poem or something. But I don't know if you would see that. Actually, you might have, because no, that was on the rundown too. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. You do see me probably bend down and pick a thistle and press it in whatever this body is carrying.
Very nice. Excellent.
I didn't realize I was doing that.
That's hilarious.
A lovely moment.
The poignant moment you created.
So even here on the shore, and this is lovely country, right? It's grasslands ahead of you. Even here, it's another full day's travel at least inland to get to Kingdon. So the hike begins, right? It's about, like I said, about half a dozen crew members, Whitebeard, yourselves, and you're hiking across sprawling plains dotted with big, broad oak trees. This is wide open land, big sky country, and it's relatively easy going, making pretty good time. And
can I volunteer to do what I do, which is scout?
Absolutely, yeah. In fact, you and the other tabaxi, there's another tabaxi with you has sort of dark auburn fur. It's a female, and she's pretty reticent, not much of a talker, but
does she understand the thieves' cant gestures? If I'm like, hey, you.
No,
here.
she doesn't get thieves' cant, but she takes orders from Whitebeard, and she knows how to sort of hike through a forest and keep an eye out, and is pretty handy. She's had experience on boats, being lookout.
Is she armed?
I think just a dagger really is all she has.
Okay.
But she's kind of doing this with you. Each of you kind of scouting a ways ahead, and it's a full day's hike across this broad plain. You see animals here and there, but there's nothing that is particularly worrisome. There is a bunch of really beautiful scenery, and this mainland area that you haven't been in a while. It's quite beautiful.
I'll take some time to kind of stick with Whitebeard for a little bit and just be like, so given that you're wanted in the city where we're going, Uchalos Voy and Uchalos Way would know of you? Or what do you suggest? What do you suggest we do? Should we disguise you, or should you stay outside the city until we're ready for you? What do you think?
We'll need to figure out a way to find this treasure. I can't imagine no one will know of it if it is as large and important as you say.
He said it was beneath Kingdon on something called the Mantle, and Choron seemed to imply that Uchalos Voy would respond well to mentioning his name. So, but I don't know. Is the Triton King really gonna say, "Ah, yes, you know my friend. Here's our treasure."
Yeah.
I don't know. So,
Right. Well, maybe we don't expect them to give it to us. We just expect them to point us where it is, and then we take it.
right. Okay. Well, I don't. I mean, you do seem to cause quite a ruckus wherever you go. It's maybe the beard. Maybe it is the beard. It's very
Maybe
distinctive.
It's the reputation and
That too. Yes.
general savoir-faire.
Indeed, very cosmopolitan of you. Yes, very nice. Yes. So, well, I think we'll come up with some sort of way for you to be with us as we go into the city without, alerting the authorities.
Or you're with me under my command and do exactly as I say at all times.
Of course that. Yes, that's worked so well so far.
Yeah.
Indeed. All right. Thank you.
And this hike continues. It is, like I said, it's a full day's travel. Civ, as you scout ahead, you are looking over this broad sort of green land that is probably fairly familiar to you. You've spent a fair amount of time in Latland, not this particular part of Latland, I'm sure, but this is that kind of beautiful, welcoming part of the country that is settled by so many, and it's probably pretty clear as to why, if the rumors are true about Kingdon, the stories that you've heard, or the story that James has heard about why it may be called Kingdon, it's pretty clear as to why anyone with any kind of power or money would think this is a
valuable
great
real
place.
estate. Yeah.
So,
do I know the law situation or the politics situation of this area? Is there like a governing body or a?
Well, like with anything else in Ein, the individual cities and towns, it's a bit like the Old West, right? There is a law, but each city, each town, each part of the realm is sort of self-governed and established. I mean, there's only 300 years of history here, and everything is kind of ad hoc, and it changes from city to city, from town to town. But generally speaking, Latland as a realm is pretty well governed, right? Pretty on the up and up. Every place you go, Turles ruled with a pretty iron fist, but it's to the safety of most of the people there. Axbright, fairly safe place. Even Oyatuscand and some of the northern parts of Latland, Bournemouth and some of the other places that you're familiar with, all of them generally in this time, in this era, pretty safe places, pretty well.
So if we were to run across like the law, so to speak, how would they react to us? Because we probably look like pirates, right? Brigands.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think it's pretty safe to assume you would be questioned at the very least.
Okay. Then I would like to take out my disguise kit, which I'm very fond of, and switch my outfit so that I look like a merchant and not a pirate.
All right. Monocle,
Lily.
top hat.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Yes. And I would actually like to go to that other tabaxi, and because she's scouting as well, and I don't want her to fall into the wrong hands, I'm going to offer her some of my disguise kit clothes so that she herself doesn't look like a pirate either.
She demurs at first and kind of looks to Whitebeard for some kind of guidance, and he nods, since you are the farthest forward of the scouting party, the two of you.
That way, if we get captured or we come across someone who's, law-abiding, they don't report us as being brigands or pirates.
All right. She's very
few
words, very quiet.
I also would like to teach you a few small gestures, just in case you see something that I don't see. And I'm going to teach her like 5 basic thieves' cant signals. Something along the lines of, I see the law, or I see people, or, hazard, or whatever, 5 basic things, just so that she can communicate with me without having to scream across the valley at me.
Right. Well, also both of you have racial traits that allow you to move quickly, move with agility, move over long distances at a great clip. So a lot of that is like running ahead, running back, relaying information. So there's a lot of that too.
Yeah. Great.
All right, so this is a fairly full day's hike, and all of you are, you know, there's rest to be taken and supplies to be consumed, but as you get closer and closer and closer,
I would at one point kind of like taken Fahima and Lily aside and go, do we have any ideas about how to disguise Whitebeard?
I'm kind of stuck on this whole White Witch thing.
Okay.
I can make him invisible, but for a bit.
You might like
Only
that.
a minute.
Wait, you can make him invisible?
Yeah, I learned how to do that.
Oh, amazing. Excellent.
But it's only for a minute.
Right, no.
So that's...
Well,
not-
mine was only an hour.
Right.
But
Okay, so but
an hour was long enough for perhaps the end of the plan.
it was long enough for us to sneak Uggo into Dolto Thum. But so I mean, yeah, maybe if it's the right hour, you know, and everything like that. If it's when we're actually like getting through the gates or some such.
That's the
there's
key.
also polymorph.
Oh yes.
Right, we could.
That is also an
I
hour.
fear Whitebeard is a giant ape.
I don't really want to know what animal Whitebeard would want to be turned into.
A little white cat.
Oh.
Snake.
What'd you say? A snake?
A snake.
Snake. That's a good idea.
Well, okay. As far as non-magical disguises, we could
Right.
go with the White Witch option, where he's a silent, you know, strong silent type. We do his talking, but convincing Whitebeard of that might be the trickiest part.
Right. He also he's got this big white beard that's kind of.
Perhaps if he
thick.
just dyed the beard, that would be enough, right? That's his signature.
Possible.
We could
That's
ask
an
him if he'd
idea.
be willing to shave it off.
Oh.
Dyeing
I
it
don't
might
know.
be a little of an easier sell.
Purple beard.
The legend of Purplebeard was born.
I can braid it.
What dye do we have? Just blueberries? Okay, let's go.
Well, yes, yeah,
braid?
something. And let's
Braid,
also,
braid.
and Uggo, all of us, we need to keep in mind, something happens in this city. Something very bad.
Yes.
Happened.
Well, happened in the future. I don't know if it's happened yet.
Is Sip alive during this time?
Oh.
That's kind of an
I
out
don't
of
think so.
character question. Is Sip alive during
I
this
don't
time?
think so.
He's younger
Sid
than
isn't-
Fahima.
he's not
or no,
22 years
one
old.
Okay,
year,
okay, so
one
he's
year
not born
older
yet.
than me?
Yeah.
2?
Yeah.
I forget everyone's ages. Okay.
Is that true? Is that true, Jeff? That the bad thing that happened when that happens not yet in this timeline?
We
We
weren't
don't know
sure.
that.
Yeah, we don't
Oh,
know.
we just don't know. Oh, okay. Okay.
But when I asked someone about it, like kind of prying, like, you know, that thing that happened in Kingdon, no one had, but I think it was a loudmouth, did not
Right.
know what I was talking about.
Okay. Okay,
So
got it.
presumably it hasn't happened yet.
Right. But it happens, if memory serves, if my history is to be trusted.
Oh god, it's going to be because of us.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay,
Don't say that.
so-
We
Taking
don't
it?
know that.
The best
weren't
chance...
taking it?
Oh, I was thinking it. I'm just really
Okay.
hoping that it's not the case.
Best chance we have is making a solid plan, because whenever we make plans, they always go perfectly.
Right.
So... I mean,
Only if you
I
don't
think
forget to make up names, though.
oh yes.
Right.
It's a
The
crucial
names are
element.
the most important part. No, but I think Fahima hit on something back in the cave the second time, the Dragon's Lair the second time, was improvisation is one of our strengths. So let's just keep.
Can I just make a request, as I always do, but it never seems to happen?
Do you want to fly?
No. Well, are you offering to make me fly?
I mean, sure, but what? I mean, sorry. What were you going to say?
I mean, that's not what I was talking about, but I would love to fly.
No, I don't mean to distract you. We
No,
will fly, my friend.
Stay within a stone's throw of me.
Yes, yes.
Ah.
I can't do my job if you're not nearby. And if you need to go somewhere, you can just say, "Hey, Uggo, I need to go over there," and then Uggo will go over there with you.
Do you mean just in general or in fights specifically?
At all times.
Well, when you're in danger,
Okay.
which could be construed as all the time.
Although it's a bit trickier for me, as you know, you tend to run up to the front lines, and that's not something I always like to do.
Right.
Yeah, but if you're within a stone's throw of me, it won't matter.
Well, I think
Who's
we
throwing
are.
the stone?
Because if it's me, it's not very far.
All right, you get pretty close to within
The
a few
stone
hours.
conversation takes 20 minutes.
It takes quite a while. You get within a few hours, at least by Whitebeard's estimate, of Kingdon, and you make the final camp here. 5 of the 6 are going to stay behind, and there will be a small contingent. The 5 of you, Whitebeard, and that female tabaxi, who, because
Did we
of
get her
name is Edwina. Some call her Eddie.
Oh.
So there is a.
That's such a cool name.
Very.
She's very quiet. She's very introverted and kind of isn't up for a lot of conversation, but she's very good at what she does. She's very fast and very observant, and she communicates quite frequently with Whitebeard, and he wants to keep her close and keep her involved. He's kind of developing a trust with her ability to convey information.
He likes tabaxis, doesn't he?
He does like, well, yeah, now he does.
He's a cat man.
Catman. So there's one final night of camp, and then in the morning, just that small group will head out. So if there's anything you guys would like to do in preparation tonight, you're more than welcome.
You mentioned animals. I mean, like, is it pretty? Sorry, sands and everything. Is it pretty tropical? Like, what sort of?
No. You mean you are on the beach, but it
yeah.
turned into, like I said, big oak trees, grasslands. This is not a tropical land, but it's beautiful. I mean, it's more like, it's like I said, big sky country, right? It's like Wyoming or something, you know, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
rolling hills, grass, sporadic big bushy trees. There's birds, there's woodland
It's
creatures.
the Montana of Vine.
Montana, yeah, it's better than Wyoming, I suppose.
Cool. Okay.
Having
Well,
been to
Montana
neither of
is
those
big,
places.
big sky country, which is why I thought that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Cool.
James.
James. Yes.
I have an idea as far as Chomel is concerned. I don't know if you want to do it tonight, just in case we get in a fight and then you wouldn't have any of your spells. But I have something that I think might work.
Okay.
We can either do it now or later. It's up to you.
I mean, I honestly haven't been preparing sending that much, but I have it today. So because it hasn't been as useful in this time. But yes, I have it today, so maybe we should.
Do you want to do it?
Do you think it'll take 1 or 2?
Well, I have one, and if that goes well, I have a second one. Because 25 words when you're writing poetry is not very much. Let me tell you.
Believe me, my friend, don't get me started. I will show you pieces of parchment with scratched out, which is real, by the way. Like when you're writing sendings, like you're just like, it's this, and then I'm like, nope, too much. You know, editing is very important.
I
when
just
you're working
love
on
James
sending.
and Civ sharing their poetry hardships.
Here's my notebook.
Nerds.
Sending the original Twitter message.
Worse than Twitter.
Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. I mean, if we're not feeling pretty, like, Jeff, we're, as a group, it doesn't feel particularly on edge. I mean, yeah, the authorities could be around, but right now in this moment, it's not.
No, the idea here, maybe I didn't convey it well. The idea here is that very specifically, Whitebeard parked his car 3 streets away, right? And took the long way around and is approaching the city from a way that is clear and open and not like he knows what he's doing, right? He knows that I'm not going to stroll up to the port. I'm not going to walk down Main Street. He clearly took the ship, navigated the ship to a place where they had to anchor offshore, came to a completely unpopulated part of the beach, walked up the beach, made camp, and now is like hiking through the unoccupied parts of the inland approach to get to Kingdon in a way that minimizes the risk.
Right. Okay. So I mean, let's go for it.
All right.
Who knows how it could be not great once we get in there. I think I should conserve spells when we get in there, but tonight,
Yes.
let's give it a shot.
All right. Do you want to do it now or in the middle of the night, just in case?
I guess let's try it now.
All right.
Okay.
Make sure that there's like tents set up and what have you, so that we can get into an area that's like somewhat secluded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys find a way to kind of steal away and be just the two of you.
Okay.
I wrote this during intermission, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to read it to you, and then you're going to have to recite it.
All right. Or you can text. Or you can text it to me. But if you want to read it, then I'll just say that's what I say.
It'll take me some time to text it.
Okay, got it.
Just say it, and we'll say that that's what.
Just
James
say
said.
it, and I'll
It's
say it.
fine.
And James goes word for word.
On
No need
Zoom,
to-
you can't do it at the same time anyway. It's messy.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So this is the first one. Myself, abandoned alley cat. You, drowned dragonborn. Both, tattered and torn. We, lost, forgotten. Loneliness. Anger envelops. Trust these words. Love heals all. Not your fault.
So sweet.
I wish you could say it. Okay.
I wrote it down, so I'll just hold up my
No,
book
thank
and
you,
like-
thank you. Yes, yes, thank you.
Was that both of them?
That's the
That's the
first
first-
one.
That's
Okay.
number
5
one.
words.
So are they? I'm just want to be understanding what the plan is. You're sending that and waiting for a response.
I'm
and then sending the
gonna go
second-
one at a time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So James reads from the notebook, a bit more stilted perhaps than Civ would have done.
I can roll a performance check if you like.
Yeah, actually, that's lovely. Do that. That's a great idea.
Give it a shot.
James, you have advantage from Lily Dumblestuck fan, countered by Ouroboros 43.
Look at those pretty dice.
I know these are the James Quillis dice.
Oh,
I
nice.
know.
Can you get a close up?
From Homebrew Dice. They made them. James inspired them. It's the
Can
it's the
I
most
can I
flattering
give
thing.
him assistance? Can my words be giving him advantage or assistance or bonus or something?
No, I think James has to do this on his own.
Ah.
11.
11.
11. I'm not rolling well tonight.
Right. So yeah, these aren't your words, right? They come out of your mouth a little inelegantly, and you don't have the panache, perhaps, that Civ might, or the sense of rhythm. And although you are the funky librarian, so rhythm is your forte.
Thank you. Please don't forget it.
You say this message, and again, it rises from you in these bits, these particles that seep off out into the ether. And you wait. And you hear. How are you in my head? How are you? Where will I find love?
I relay it back to Civ.
I get really excited. I get
Okay.
like
Okay.
I'm like
Okay.
bouncing. No,
Okay.
my second one. That's my
Great.
second one. That's the one
Perfect.
that.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Plan for future. Family amongst seas.
Okay.
Seek Triton people. Follow eastern shore. Kingdon is home.
Wow.
Kindness awaits you. Uchalos Voy and Uchalos Way. New home amongst waves.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Again.
And I'm going to start enlisting your help for these sending spells from here on out. This is excellent. All right. Jeff, I will guide myself as I'm doing this.
You also have advantage from Angel Devilson.
Thank you, Angel
Oh,
Yay.
Devilson. All right.
straight up advantage. Is that good or bad? I can't tell.
I don't know.
13.
All right.
With guidance. I rolled a 5 and a 6.
Oof. All right. So again, you know, maybe slightly better this time, but still the words are not your own.
Sim is listening to you do this, like,
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's fine.
I have notes. I have notes.
And again, that message goes up and out and into the mist, into the effervescence of the sending spell. And you hear, you wait, you hear, it isn't breathing because it doesn't need to be, but it is presence in your mind, just like a stillness, a waiting, a listening in your mind. Uchalas Voy. Uchalas Way. Tritons. Kingdon. It sounds like that is being sort of repeated as a mantra.
Okay. I think it worked.
Tell me it worked.
I think it worked.
It did. It worked.
He kept repeating the names and the place, as if they were directions. So I think we'll find out. I think.
Just lie to me, and tell me that it worked.
Then yes, we just saved the world, Civ. You are the savior of all of Bingle and the entire world. Well done. Deception check. 20. No kidding. No, I'm like, I'll give you a hug. I'm like, I think, I don't know. That was excellent, though. That was excellent.
Well, you can thank Lily. She gave me the idea.
Good.
Shall I go tell her, or shall we keep this a secret?
I'm trying not to keep secrets anymore.
All right, then I'm going to go tell her.
Please.
Lily? Do you want to go have the barber talk with Whitebeard? Get it over with.
Barber talk.
Let's have the barber talk. I think we have lots of good options to give him. There's a dye, there's a haircut, there's a hairstyle change.
We'll play it safe, just sort of ease into it and try to read him which way he's going, just so we don't put him over the edge.
And I think, you know, he's rough around the edges, but he has a heart.
Yeah, and what guy doesn't like a little bit of a groom now and then?
Exactly. And I think he appreciates our opinion.
All right, let's go.
Great, now that we've hyped ourselves up, let's do this.
Woo!
Whitebeard.
You see him, he's got his own tent that has been set up, and he is eating ravenously mutton and some dried meats. And he looks at the two of you and he says, "What do you want?"
I grab Fahima's hand and squeeze it tightly, considering what the choice we're about to make. Whitebeard. We, Fahima and myself, wanted to talk to you about potential options for your appearance while approaching a city where you may be received in a hostile manner.
Go on.
We only speak to you to help protect you and your reputation and our ultimate goal, treasure. So, I mean, let's hear from you. What do you think your most recognizable feature is?
Violence.
Oh, okay.
Physical.
Yes.
Is
Yes,
more
agree.
going
I think
for.
we would both agree with that. But as Fahim is saying, maybe like get petty now. Physical appearance. What would you say when people see
What's
you?
the first thing people see?
Yeah, there's no wrong answers, just what comes to mind first.
What's the first thing people see?
Yeah.
They see a pirate.
Okay, specifically,
The
let's
piratiness.
drive in. You to loudmouth, very different. What would you say differentiates you? Physically.
From loudmouth.
As an example.
Every single damn thing.
Okay.
Okay.
This is not going as well as I thought.
I agree. Let's zero in. Let's just, when people meet you, they look at your face. Okay? So let's specifically talk about your face. When people see your face versus loudmouth's face, how do they identify you as Whitebeard?
Confident. Powerful. In command.
I agree. And physical traits, Whitebeard. Those aren't physical traits. You're too smart
Listen
for
to
pirate.
me.
Things like your
Listen
beautiful.
to me. Listen to me. If both of you are competing for my affection, know
Oh.
that I'm spoken for.
Really?
Oh.
None of your business.
Well, my heart is broken, and I think Fahima's is too.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll process our feelings later,
Mine is too, technically.
and so is Echo's.
A good pirate never fraternizes with his crew.
And I
You
respect
should
that.
know that. Now,
As someone who believes in unions,
That is one
I
of the union rules.
fully respect that. However, let's just cut to the chase, shall we?
And
Fahima?
that's how they established the very first HR department.
We think maybe, Fahima, I'm just going to cut to the chase because honestly, Whitebeard's too smart for us and he's thinking on bigger picture.
He saw right
items.
through us.
Right through us. Here's the thing. We think perhaps your beard is your most recognizable feature. It is in your name, is it not?
yeah.
Great. Well, we agree on that. Fahima?
Absolutely. That's
Wouldn't
the first
be
thing
much
I think
of a
of.
white beard without the white beard.
Exact. Yes, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, and you said one of the first things people notice about you is that you're a pirate. Well, I don't think we can really take the pirate out of Whitebeard.
Ugh, truer
So-
words have never been said.
To make it easier, we thought, why not do a little bit of a groom? Not that you need it, but you just sort of a disguise.
Oh,
It's just
what
on the beard.
now? You're suggesting you
Well,
cut the beard.
that's an option.
We can dye it. Any
We could
color
dye
of
it,
your
we can cut
choosing.
it.
Make you look
You're-
years younger.
You are suggesting that I change my beard because I'm afraid of what might happen if I don't.
No, I don't think.
That's what you're saying to me.
This is to protect
You're
the
saying
investment in the
I
treasure.
can't be a pirate because I'm a coward.
Whitebeard.
That's what you've walked into my tent.
Whitebeard?
Stood there to tell me.
Whitebeard.
We could never be in love with a coward.
Exactly. And I
That's not
want
what we're saying
you
at all.
to consider this lady, or man, or person who you're spoken for with. Would they want you to die because of your pride?
And who would you say can kill Whitebeard? You? Anyone around here?
I would not want to try. No, I don't think they could. I'll go put your hand down.
Cough, cough.
No. But it is perhaps counterproductive to our get into the city, get the treasure, get out plan. Which is the plan, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. Expeditiously. So you getting thrown in, someone's care because they don't agree with your lifestyle choices, that would only make
And
the process
shame
a
on
bit
them.
longer.
Keep going, Yuffie.
So what are you suggesting exactly?
Okay, cut your beard, dye your beard, braid your beard. Those are the 3 options we're coming in with.
You just said it. Wow.
I think we are going around in circles here, and he keeps going to metaphysical things.
No, that's great. Good on you.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Yes.
Both of us,
Lily,
yeah.
you have advantage from Lily Dumblestuck fan, countered by Grim Faded.
Aww.
Did I help her?
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll let you have advantage from Fahima's assistance.
Okay, great.
Oh, nice.
I rolled a nat 20 with that advantage.
Oh, dang.
Shave it.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
20.
All right.
I love this
I know those
union.
dice.
Yeah, Ron gave me these dice.
Aw.
I'll let you braid it.
Great.
Only you. If I don't like it, we change it.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
none of you breathes a word of this to the rest of the crew. We don't do it until after we leave camp in the morning. And if any of you mentions that Whitebeard braided his beard, I'll kill you.
It's very clear.
Understood.
Even though we're both brokenhearted from being clearly in love with you,
I'm already crying.
You'll get over it.
you will get over it. We're strong. I think this is the right choice, Whitebeard, and I want you to consider overnight before we did the style options, because we could do 1 braid, we could do 2 braids, we could do 3 braids. So you think about that.
Whichever one is
and we're gonna go
furthest from
now.
Whitebeard.
Whatever one you think is furthest from your personality. All right, we're gonna go now. Bye.
Bye.
Dwarves braid their
Beards
beards.
all the time.
Yes, they
Oh
do,
my
but he ain't no
God.
dwarf.
Yeah, no dwarf.
So
Dwarves are notorious for not being particularly good on ships either, so.
So Fahim and I are
White braid.
Who is Whitebeard in a relationship with? This is
feel-
crazy.
I feel like I need to change the title of this episode to White Braid.
White.
Spoiler.
It's all right, go ahead, Fahima.
Oh no, I just. What? Who do you think it could be?
It's Gale.
All of these years? You think?
I don't know. Wasn't it Gale? Feisty Gale?
Or was that Mervis?
That was Marvis.
It was Mervis. It was Mervis. Ah.
There was a
Who could it be?
questionable
Mervis.
picture of Feisty Gale in Mervis's home.
You're right. Who would it be?
I'm guessing it's Mervis's mom.
I'll go.
What?
You have excellent hearing.
You were just right there. The attendant just got us flapping. It's really easy to hear. Literally everyone heard you.
Okay, don't repeat what we said in that conversation, right?
The female
It's
to back
crucial
is like,
you
I
keep
heard
it.
everything too.
No. All right, well, cat's out of the bag. It's not her fault.
It is
Sorry.
good to know that he's in love with
Don't say
someone.
cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, that's offensive.
We don't like bags.
He's just standing right here.
What, does the cat have your tongue?
It is true that tents give a false sense of security as far as sound barriers go.
It's true.
Okay, Fahim and I are gonna braid his beard tomorrow.
Do you think that's gonna be enough?
Yeah, I heard. You don't have to tell me.
We can't tell anybody else, okay?
Right.
I know maybe everybody else has heard, but if they whisper a word of this, we die.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Okay. Let's move on. I don't know if it will help enough, but I mean, I don't think people are gonna expect Whitebeard to have a braid.
Why is that? Is it just not like piratey enough? What?
I guess not, but look at his reaction to us even suggesting it.
So
we would
hopefully-
literally die if we mention it to anyone else. Also, we're gonna be with everybody else. They're gonna notice, but I didn't want to bring that up.
I guess if they just if the other people think the same way we do, if they see a braid on Whitebeard's beard, they go, "There's no way Whitebeard would ever have something like that."
Maybe a good follow-up disguise for him to know is that maybe if someone approaches him and is like, "You look a lot like Whitebeard," he's like, "That's my brother."
Or you could make him wear spectacles.
Ah, yes. You never
Whenever
recognize
somebody
someone
wears-
with glasses.
Right, I don't ever. When you put on glasses, I'm like, who are you?
And then they take them off. Yeah.
Right.
Talking about
it's you.
disguises.
Yes.
Talking about disguises.
Sid,
Yes.
hi.
Hi. Are we talking about disguises?
We were, yes.
Yes.
Oh, I have an idea for Whitebeard.
Okay. We just,
Right.
we just talked to him.
We don't know anything about that, so tell us.
Go around just now.
We just-
Well,
What?
I came over here to talk to Lily about something else, but
Oh.
I overheard
Oh,
you
about-
talking about spectacles. I assumed it was a disguise.
Yes.
Okay, so my idea is that I have a robe. We could make him look like a priest or a monk.
Ooh. Honestly?
Do you think he'd go
With
for that?
spectacles?
Sure.
And a
Yes.
very fancy braided beard.
James,
Yes.
you can't say it loud. We're
Oh,
gonna.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Yes,
How did you know that?
I was right over there.
Man, you're so thin. The walls are so thin in the tent.
Oh,
That's
it's right
really-
over there.
I fear.
Sound travels in these woods.
I fear everyone knows,
No one will say anything because they're all petrified of him.
as they should be.
Yes.
But we
Okay.
have brought up a good point. The fake name needs to happen.
Fake name, robe, braids, unrecognizable.
Father, something.
Beard hammer.
Father might be triggering to him.
Oh,
True.
Yeah.
right.
What about
Doc?
Sure.
Just Doc, no first name, no last name.
Just
one
Doc.
name.
Just
Yeah.
Every
Doc.
plan, 90% names, 10% costumes.
Correct.
You guys.
Key to every
Hilarious.
plan.
All right. I think we have a very solid plan. Can all in?
All in. I love it.
hold on. What exactly are we doing in the city?
We're
Getting the
sneaking in so that we
treasure.
can find out where the treasure is, talking to
But what-
Uchalasvoy and Uchalaswe, figure out where the treasure is, so
Right.
that we can then go and steal it.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any
Easy.
time in this where we need a plan C?
Possible. And if we
Okay.
ever need Plan C, we'll all know what it means. So
Right.
right.
I just
so if
wanted
we
to be
ever-
clear that we always need to have a plan C.
Correct. There is always a Plan C.
Understood.
Definitely.
Okay.
Right.
All in.
All in. 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I'm in. I guess this,
And
how you
go.
do it.
Team Bingle.
We didn't decide what we were going to say.
No, we didn't.
All right. Anything else we need to do before bed?
I quickly
Team building exercises.
Yeah, I quickly
Yes.
take Lily aside and tell her that we sent the message off to Chomel.
I hug him profusely.
Wow. All right.
All right.
And I tell you, to be completely honest, that James said that he heard it. He didn't necessarily. He wasn't changed right then and there, but he at least heard the message. And I repeat the 25 words that we said the first time and the 25 words we said the second time.
Thank you, Sid.
Yes. And I hope with all of my heart that it reaches him and that it affects him and that he hears those words and he knows that there are those that care. And that will certainly be something that I will be trying to communicate to Uchalasvoy and Uchalaswe when we meet them.
Thank you for doing something that I was in no way equipped to do.
My pleasure.
All right. We should get some sleep.
Fahima. Could I show you something? I've learned another spell, and I don't know how I feel about it. Can I show it to you? Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted. Sorry, you're muted, darling.
So,
It's okay.
as long as it doesn't involve demons.
No
I'm
demons.
not ready for
no
that yet.
No demons, but
Okay.
it might be useful. I just don't know. Okay. Are there birds around or an animal around that we can see, Jeff, within 60 feet?
Roll me a perception check. See if we can find one. You have advantage from Snake Master 89.
Thank you, Snake Master.
Also got some love, Tiger Lily, Holly
This one I
2019, Psycho 9, Love for the Catman, Jinlei, White Tiger Angel, Arcane Rebel, Dragon Rose, Digital Realm, and others. Thank you so much. And the current totals, Team Force of Good, 48%. Team Force of Evil, 52%.
Close.
Yeah,
Wow.
still anyone's game. What was your roll?
23.
23. Yeah, so there's definitely a couple of creatures that you can hear, and you spy up in a tree nearby as the sun is setting, an owl.
Ah,
Now, is this something that's going to hurt birds? Because
Nope.
I do have Meep here.
won't hurt them. Won't hurt
Okay.
them. But
What?
watch. I will cast Dominate Beast on the owl.
All right.
It needs to make a Wisdom saving throw. 15.
Okay. I rolled an 18.
No, no!
I had advantage from Cannot Be My Daddy, countered by the Brush of Tie, but I rolled an 18, natural 18.
Wait, so what does that mean? It just doesn't work at all?
Doesn't work. Doesn't work. All right. Hang on.
Okay.
We're going to sleep in a minute, and it's been an hour since my last one, so I'm going to try it again.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Hear the
So
owl
it's
go,
apparently a very wise. I mean, it is a wise owl, so I suppose that makes sense. Let's try this again, and I'll try
All
it
right.
again.
I have advantage from Caldara, countered by Angel Devilson. It's a 9.
Come on.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, it says I now have a telepathic connection with it.
An owl has
And-
a +1 to wisdom, so it was actually a 10.
Okay, that's
Sorry,
fine.
Go ahead.
No, it's all right. And so I will use my mind to tell it to come here and land in front of us.
And you hear "Ooh, ooh," as this owl takes wing off of the tree, flies down and lands on the ground, looks up.
So this isn't Speak with Animals? This is something else?
What do you, and I literally lift up its wing and have it like try to shake your hand.
Wow. How
This is a little different.
how are you doing this? What is this an enchantment spell?
It's technically, I am operating it kind of. It's dominant.
Ah.
What do you want it to do?
I actually don't feel very comfortable with you doing that.
I know, it's odd.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
useful,
really-
but
I don't trust many people with enchantment spells outside of Lily. I don't like the idea of being able to tell it what to do against its will.
I know. Well, I don't want to hurt it. I'm just.
I know
It's
you
just-
have good intentions, but just think if someone else is doing that to you, you know? I know it's just a silly owl, but
Of course. No, you're right.
I think it could be useful. I just I don't mean to, you know.
No, you're right. I didn't want to. Yeah, I don't know how I felt about it, so I wanted to show it to you, but I mean, rather now than surprise all of you with it. Oh, all
I
right,
mean,
never mind.
could
And
wait,
and I'll-
wait.
Yes,
Could
what,
you just
what?
ask it politely instead of, forcing it to do something? Is that possible?
I can try. So I will drop the spell.
The moment you do, it flies away.
I'm sorry, Morgan.
Don't be sorry. No. Don't be sorry. Listen, there are things that I can do that I'm not entirely comfortable with.
Well, look, how did you intend on using it?
I mean, it's not dissimilar than what Civ does with Mr. Whispers, or what you do with Meep. But I mean, if it were, for instance, an ox or a horse or something like that, I could use it to cause like a major distraction, or I don't know, but it only lasts for a minute. But so it would.
Oh.
I could.
Okay.
Yes, it's very specific, but I think, assuming we keep getting more powerful, I will eventually be able to dominate larger, more powerful things.
Well, I'll have to do some thinking about it. But if you were to use that spell to put creatures in harm's way, that I couldn't.
I
agree
totally
with.
understand. No, I
Then
totally
again,
understand.
if we were in circumstances where it was a matter of life or death, I think that might be the right choice. So
It's
I don't know.
another tool in the toolbox, just one I don't like to use very often, I guess.
Yeah. It's very cool.
It is. It is. Yes. I'll target something less wise next time, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, good night.
Good night.
All right, and all of you make camp. The female tabaxi takes the first watch, and it is there are others that take subsequent watches, and it is an uneventful night. And you wake, the five of you, ready bright and early with Whitebeard to make that final leg of the journey to Kingdon. And you move out with Eddie, and the five of you, just packing the bare essentials with you, all of the supplies and rations and equipment, camping equipment, are in this second camp that is now close enough to the city to be fairly easily acceptable. Just a couple of hours hike to get there, but far enough away not to arouse suspicions. And you move out, and as you start walking and the camp recedes behind you, Whitebeard looks over at Lily and he says, I am sort of having second thoughts about this, but what's your idea?
Just in general? Or if it's very
Beard, with the beard.
I think a strong, solid one beard down. And then I thought about this overnight and didn't talk to anybody about it, but just came up with this on my own. What if we added a robe?
A robe.
It's going to give you kind of like a monk-like appearance, you know? Which is kind of opposite of a pirate if you think about it. And really, all I'm saying, Whitebeard, is I'm not trying to insult your power or your command. I'm trying to be strategic about how we can get in and out of the city without causing unnecessary havoc or attention, you know? The most treasure, the easiest and fastest plan. Back on the ship, back on the seas.
What color is the robe?
It's like a maroon.
All right, maroon.
It's a strong color. It's like blood.
He puts his arms through and he's walking along, and he's like,
Yeah. Braid and walk. I don't want to lose time on this.
I suppose if you give me a piggyback ride, I can reach my hands around you and braid.
I could carry you.
Uggo.
What?
Or Uggo, who doesn't know the plan here, but could carry me.
What? I'm standing right here. I can hear you talking.
Right.
All right.
so Uggo is holding,
I'm like
walking along,
sideways.
holding Lily, who's braiding Whitebeard's beard as they walk along in a very ornate way.
And I'm like quietly complimenting how like powerful he looks and strong. And like, honestly, I wouldn't want to get in a fight with you.
And that takes a while. And as you crest this rise, this sort of gentle hill, grassy hill, and you look up and out over where a city is nestled down below, the city of Kingdon comes into view. And Lily, as you're working on the beard, walking along, you see the expression on Whitebeard's face change. His eyes go wide.
What happened here?
And all of you see it.
Uh-oh.
Out ahead of you, in the distance, you see the walls of a large city. A bell tower rising out at its edge. Well, what used to be a bell tower. This grand city nestled beside a long, winding river behind it is completely destroyed. The bell tower black and broken, the city walls crumbling. Beyond them, you can see the hint of more buildings, many, many more. And all of them look to be in a similar state. Broken, smashed, the entire city in ruins. The entire city razed.
Can we tell what caused it? Does it look like war? Does it look like fire? Does it look like a natural disaster?
It's hard to tell at this distance, but you can make your way closer and closer and closer. And as you get closer, you see that the walls of the city are all destroyed. There are numerous ways into the city now. Large holes and collapsed sections where walls used to be. And you can look through those walls. It's quiet, it's still, and you can see building after building after building utterly destroyed.
Any idea how long it's been since this happened, or whatever happened?
Well, you can go in and try to get a sense of it, but you see large tears through the roofs and burn marks that don't look like a city that was on fire. It looks like burn marks that came from above.
Ooh. Are there people
Arcana check?
still? Are there any people still?
It's quiet and still from standing outside the city walls looking in.
I'm going to put a hand up so that everybody stops, and then I'm going to point over at Eddie, and then I'm going to point at my eyes, and then gesture forward, and then I'm going to stealth in.
Okay, roll me a stealth check. You have advantage from J. Lafette.
Sweet, thanks.
Could I and Fahima maybe try to investigate as best we can from a distance, like in terms of like the fire from above, what you're talking about, anything?
I mean, you'd have to
more
really
details?
get into the city to investigate it. You can do me a you can roll me a perception check to, you know, try to perceive it from out here. You've got advantage from Gimmick. G-I-M-E-C, Gimmick. Fahima, you doing the same?
Yes.
You have advantage from Mickey Wolf 19, countered by Ouroboros 43.
Thank you to you both.
27 on the stealth check.
Wow. All right, so you move silently and crawl into one of those cracked. I mean, it's not even a crack. It's a huge, gaping, crumbling exterior.
Yeah, I want to get up high.
Well, the bell tower will allow that. If you,
Great.
the bell tower, it is not collapsed completely, but it's just broken, destroyed, huge holes in the side of it, and you can get to that pretty easily from where you are.
Great, that's where I'm going.
Sorry, what are the two rolls, James and Fahima?
12.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Morgan. I think you might be muted.
10. Sorry, dang it. 10.
10 and 12. Have you said? Fahima?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from what you can see out here is just a whole lot of destruction. And again, it looks like the roofs are torn and broken. Everything seems to have it be blackened, and it looks like a burn, but it doesn't look like a fire swept through the city. It looks like a fire was dropped on top of the city.
Oh.
That's the kind of impression that you get from this far. But Civ, you are entering the city very quietly, moving through these alleyways and in shadow, and you get to this large bell tower that sort of was on the edge near where the main entrance to Kingdon was. Whitebeard standing outside watching you and Eddie make your way inside, and I'm assuming you're going to climb up the tower.
Yeah.
Again, it's quiet. It seems to be empty. You can roll me a perception check if you like.
Do I see any bodies?
Not from here. Give me a perception check. You have advantage from Subutai the Smithy.
Natural 20.
All right. So you make your way to the top of this tower. There's the whole way you're listening. You're You're trying to perceive if there's any danger inside. It is eerily quiet. And as you get to the top of this structure, the roof of it completely torn off, you stand perched on the side of this building. There's a big gaping hole in the roof, and the entire side has been just torn off. And as you look out over the city, a few things become clear. One is this city seems to have been really specifically designed. It seems fairly symmetrical. It didn't start with one thing and sprawl outward. It seems to have been built pretty close to a grid, all built around a center point, with things very symmetrically expanding out from that center point. The other thing you notice is this place is raised. The rooftops look to be ripped off. There are holes, gashes in the rooftops. It looks like enormous claws may have done something like this. Yeah. Things are burnt and broken. The entire city utterly decimated. Trees gnarled and broken. Wagons still in the street, completely destroyed. Complete ruins of buildings, their rooftops torn off, everything inside ripped out. It looks like something descended from the sky and destroyed this city.
Can I tell if it's just one thing or is it multiple different things?
It would be hard to discern that, right? It would be
well,
difficult.
If the claw marks are all the same on each of the buildings, then it's one thing. But if this building looks different from that building...
I think you get a sense with a natural 20, I think you get a sense that there seems to have been a very, very large thing that did this.
And there's no bodies. I don't see any dead.
No, from here with the natural 20, you do see some skeletons. Not a lot, not a lot. But here or there, you can see, not a full body or anything, but you see debris, refuse, you see some remains of what looks like a creature of some kind, perhaps.
Jeff,
yeah.
Out front, are there any, using survival, are there any tracks coming or going?
Roll me a survival check. You have advantage from TK421, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you, both of you. And why are you not at your post? Survival checks 21.
There's definitely a lot of evidence that there was traffic in and around this building. Where you're standing now wasn't a main walkway. This was a wall that would have been erected when this city was, before whatever happened. But there still seems to have been a lot of activity in and around this building, none of it recent, based on what you can discern, or at least none nearby where you are. Also, Civ, you notice with your natural 20, in the center of town, the very center of town, as you can see from up here, this bird's eye view of the entire raised city. You see in what clearly is the center point around which this entire city seems to have been built, there is some sort of strange formation, almost a pulsing, strangely shaped thing rising in the center. It's not very large. It's not very small either, but it is a strange. It seems to have tiny holes. It looks to be organic and slick in a lot of ways.
Does it have a color?
Yeah, it's kind of a dull gray yellowish color, and around it are a number of very large, very active insects.
Oh no.
Flying around it, moving in the buildings, in between the streets. There's some that fly, there's some that walk with creepy crawly legs. They look quite large, and they seem to be moving through the city and then coming back to this central point where this sort of strange hive exists.
I'm going to hide inside of the bell tower. I'm going to close my eyes, reach out to Mr. Whispers, and then have Mr. Whispers fly to Fahima.
Okay.
Caw twice, and then fly towards the bell tower.
All
Well, I
right.
think we know what that means.
Right.
And I'm also going to gesture for Eddie. Sorry, James. I'm going to gesture for Eddie to come to me and hunker down.
I don't know.
She does. She crawls around and looks out and looks back to you with alarm in her eyes.
I don't know anything that Civ has seen yet, so I think I'm like, I'll say to Whitebeard, should we be calling out for people? Is there someone to give us? Just maybe there's
You see
survivors?
Whitebeard just standing there, slack, and he reaches up and he pulls at the braids in his beard. And he pulls off the robe and lets it drop on the ground. And he kind of yanks at the
That was
knots
nice work.
that
No, that was she worked very hard on that.
pulls it down, and he goes,
There's only one thing that I know I can do. That. And it's a dragon.
Yeah. I think we're thinking the same thing. Well, okay.
And that must mean dragons are looking for this treasure. Which means it's a big treasure. Which means we found it. He wasn't lying. He
Charon
wasn't
did
lying.
say Charon did say there were fearsome creatures guarding the mantle. He couldn't have meant a dragon.
Why not?
I guess. I guess. I don't know.
You'd think he would just say that.
I'm guessing. Yeah, he would have just said, there's a dragon. Maybe. I don't know.
You think a dragon is guarding it by destroying Kingdon?
No.
Can I roll
doesn't make sense.
an
I think
Arcana?
a dragon is looking for it, just like us.
Right.
It must be massive.
Well, hopefully it didn't get to it yet. We're gonna say for me. No, I'm sorry.
Can I roll an Arcana check or a history check just to see if there is a possibility that any other kind of fire-breathing creature could be responsible for this?
Sure. Roll. You want to do an Arcana check? You can roll it with advantage. Maybe nature is probably smarter if it's a. I guess you're
Like
trying to determine.
history of creatures, right? But history of magical creatures.
All right, you can do history. That works for me. Advantage for Mickey Wolf 19 is your roll.
Advantage, thank you. Yay. Okay, that's a 13 plus 8, 21.
Nice.
You're going through the little Rolodex in your mind of all the creatures that you've ever read about in your father's study and all the books that you've consumed in ravenously. You don't have the perspective that Civ does right now. You don't have the knowledge that he has seeing what he's seeing from his elevated vantage point. From your lower perspective, with I guess what was the 12 that you roll with perception, there seems to be a lot of potential for what it could have been, but certainly a dragon would have the power and size and positional advantage to do something like this. You know, you don't, like I said, you're not seeing what Civ's seeing, so it's hard for you to make conclusions that are definitive, but you certainly have a number of things in your mind that maybe it could be.
Different types of dragons breathe different types of fire breath, right?
Different types of breath. Yes.
Not all breathe fire, yes.
Breath, yeah. Okay, so this, we're narrowing it down with the evidence that we see that this would be a fire, specifically a fire breathing thing.
I don't know if you would be able to make that definitive conclusion from this position.
Okay.
But it certainly looks like there's blackened parts of the buildings are blackened and things are gnarled and destroyed pretty intensely.
Okay.
We should follow Mr. Whispers. He's wanting us to go. Everyone? Yes?
Mage armor.
Cool.
Yes. Ready.
All right, Whitebeard, follow the crow.
Looks like Plan C.
You're right, Aggo.
Careful. Yes. Hopefully Uchalos Foy and Uchalos Way are all right.
As you step in through across the threshold of this wide, destroyed wall, your feet crunch on the ground with rocks and debris that have been knocked off of this incredible structure. When it was active, when it was whole, it certainly must have been a fairly well guarded and designed city. Now it is a ruin. And you make your way crunching and walking across this. Even the ground is disturbed, broken, things blackened. It looks like a bomb went off to our modern eye. And you make your way over to the clock tower, which again is sort of on the edge of town. It would be as if you walked through the main gate of Kingdon. There would be this pretty impressive clock tower that would greet you as you walked in. And you see the side of it just completely crunched and destroyed. And on the top of that, in the shadows up there, are a couple of tabaxi figures.
I'm gonna lean over to Eddie. Do you know how to use a bow?
She nods.
I'm gonna take off my short bow and my arrows and hand it over to her. You're going to be our eyes.
Takes it from you. She goes, should I go back and get reinforcements?
That's a good question, and I'll let you know as soon as I speak to the others. And I'm gonna put a dagger in my teeth and scale down the bell tower back to where these guys are coming in, leaving her up top.
Yeah, and she holds the bow, notches an arrow, and looks down, keeps her eyes on those insects. And as you're moving down, Civ, the corner of your eye, you see there might be some movement away from that center area. You can't be quite sure, but it looks like this city might have more in it.
The movement that I see, is it a large movement or a small movement? Is it just like a little something, or like...
I mean, you rolled a natural 20, so I'm giving you the sort of sixth sense here of there might be something else lurking. You get a strange chill up your spine that there might be something else lurking.
Okay, so I'm gonna climb down, stealth over to these guys, get very low so that you can tell that I'm still like trying to be as stealthy as possible.
What did you see?
There's a lot. In the center of town, in the very center, there's some kind of undulating, dark gray, yellowish hive thing with a bunch of giant insects floating and flying around it. They are also patrolling the city itself. I haven't seen anyone else alive, but that being said, I did sense some sort of movement over in that direction, and I point, which may or may not be one of these giant insect creatures, or perhaps someone hiding from the giant insect creatures that survived all of this.
When you say giant, how big are you meaning?
I gesture with my arms, Jeff. How
Yeah, they're
big?
medium creatures.
Ooh.
Wow.
These are large for bugs.
Flying.
Yeah,
Jeff,
Flying,
are there
some are
any
crawling.
are there any burn marks near where we are currently?
Sure. Yeah, all over.
I'm gonna go test the soot and try again using my survival.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Okay.
How long has this soot been?
Roll me a survival check. You have advantage from Bukeki, countered by Grimfated.
Thank you, Bukeki and Grimfated. Not so great. It looks like a 10.
10. It's hard to know for sure, but it's
12,
certainly
sorry,
doesn't.
12. 12. I apologize.
All right. Well, you get a sense that it is not recent. It's hard to know exactly how long, but this looks like it has been done quite a while ago.
Were Uchalos Voy and Uchalos Way the rulers of this? Of this? Or were they also in the town? They were the Triton rulers, but this was a Triton village? A Triton city?
No, I don't think this is a Triton city. I think they were just Tritons that would come here.
Do we have any
It's a
idea
very
where?
it was a very multicultural city. That's.
Do we have it? Do we have any idea where they would be?
I
Whitebeard,
don't. But what I'd like to do, if it's all right with all of you, is I would like to go and investigate the movement that I saw that I hope is not more bugs.
Yes, be careful.
Whitebeard, how long ago was you were here?
Well, it's been a couple of years at least.
Okay. This is.
Siv, I'm going to join you.
Can you be very quiet?
Yes.
All right.
I'll guide Uggo on the stealth check. Guidance.
And I'm gonna pull Lily and Fahima aside while he's casting guidance, and I'm going to lean in and say, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this on our own. We might need reinforcements, and I don't know if Whitebeard is going to be all right with that. So I'll leave you two to figure out how that gets resolved.
Right.
Okay. Jeff, based on my knowledge of the Dipteran that we encountered and Siv's description, do I know what these insects are?
The what?
Or history check, the Dipteran?
Oh, the
right?
yeah.
The Dipteran? I don't know.
I don't think you would be able to make a categorical declaration based on Siv's description. Maybe if you saw them yourself, you'd be able to figure it out. But I think it'd be hard. You know, he's saying big insects, wings, legs. You know, so yeah.
If there's something underneath the city, coming from underneath the city, if the mantle has been upset, then maybe the insects are what was guarding the vault, and they are now on the loose, so to speak.
I'm nodding at all of that.
Okay.
And I'm also drawing a short sword and the kitchen knife and getting very low and starting to stealth towards where I saw that movement with Uggo.
I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Siv and then to Uggo as they move in.
I wonder if we should just take out the hive.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Just go straight for it.
They won't be very happy about that.
Do we know they're bad?
No.
We don't know that.
Necessarily.
We don't know that.
They're probably territorial, though. Go ahead.
So Siv and Uggo are moving by themselves into.
We're just going to go investigate that movement that I saw that wasn't, well, may or may not be bugs, but that I'm hoping is not bugs off to the side.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. You have advantage for love for the Catman.
Do you want to say that he's? I guess I got advantage, so it doesn't matter. I was going to say is Uggo helping me.
Yeah, I mean, I would be looking too, but I mean. I don't know how
You should roll because I just got 2 4s.
Oh.
Yeah, you've kind of lost the sense of where this was. Like it was more of a chill up your spine that maybe there's.
Right.
Is there something else happening? But now you've really kind of lost the thread of where it may have been, and you're looking in the you're sneaking around the alley past all these broken, crumbled, torn up buildings, and you're trying to find something. And as you clearly the movement, the main activity is happening in that centralized area of the city. So the closer you get to that, the closer you feel like will be, where things are happening.
I turn to you, Uggo, and I say, I don't see anyone anymore. So unless you can find tracks, I think we should just go back.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm gonna, now that he's identifying that this is the area in which he saw or felt the thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around for clues to movement, tracks, looking around.
Okay. You have advantage from the brush of tea, countered by Grim Faded on an investigation check.
You're still guided on that because
Yeah. Okay, well, the 11 plus 10, because I used, it's a D10 for your Bardic Inspiration. Yes?
or D8.
D8.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you.
Jeez. I'll reroll that.
Soon it'll be a D10.
10 plus 1 plus 5, so 16.
16.
17. 11 plus
Okay.
1 plus 5 is 17.
You are looking around, Uggo, and there does seem to be some tracks, something that Civ clearly overlooked, but there does seem to be tracks that certainly don't look like something a insect would leave, even a crawling critter. It looks more like feet or bipedal in some way. Maybe not even. It's hard to tell what creature they are, but it certainly seems like bipedal.
There is something here, and it is not an insect. And Jeff, Uggo is going to activate Divine Sense.
Okay.
Nice.
Within 60 feet, if it's not behind total cover, I can sense Celestial Fiend and Undead.
Celestial Fiend and Undead, eh? Okay, so you close your eyes and you reach out with your newly acquired paladin sense, and you don't see anything that would be described as a celestial fiend or undead.
Whatever it is, it's not nearby, and it's not a fiend and celestial or undead.
I'll go to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say to Whitebeard, should we send Eddie back for reinforcements, or
Yeah,
or should,
maybe we
I
should
think
let
it's
her
bet-
go ask, go tell them that the city is destroyed. We may be able to move in and loot the treasure sooner than we thought.
It's better if we. Might be better if we, keep it small and quiet when we're in here. But maybe that way they're at least closer to help if we need it. I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gestures to Eddie. He points at her. He taps his head and he goes like that. And she hops down, scurries down with the bow, and she looks at you, Civ. Oh no, you're not. You're with Uggo. You're not there.
Yeah.
She's gonna keep your bow, I guess. Or
Hey,
maybe she.
it gives her that much better of a shot of not dying. So
Yeah. She's got your bow, so she bounds off back over the crumbling wall and back toward the farther camp.
Ziv, what does Mr. Whisper say?
well, I was going to say let's go back and meet up with the others, and then I can use Mr. Whispers to search around some more. I'm a little worried that because these bugs are flying, that if I dive in with Mr. Whispers, he's just going to get gobbled up.
So, have we seen a place that looks like a safe a safe shelter further inside the city, so we can get a better idea?
A home base situation?
Something, yeah, something get us a little closer to the center. That's got the good shelter.
I don't think we have to worry about anyone in Kingdon anymore. We were
Right.
worried about getting thrown in a cell. Looks like they got what was coming to them.
Just when I was thinking you were a good person. Okay.
Well, I think we
I
should still
say
be
we
careful.
march in there. We find what the dragon was looking for. If it's still here, we take it.
Yes.
So should we
Okay.
venture in or wait for Civ and Uggo to get back?
Yeah. Let's wait for them.
You guys make it back.
There is
see that.
something here that is not an insect.
Yes, Uggo found
Okay.
some tracks, though we didn't find anyone, but that makes me believe that there are some survivors that might be hiding.
It
Right.
is bipedal.
So like humanoids.
Yes.
Great.
I'll go. Bipedal's a huge word for you.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Why? Why is that a big word?
Well,
Normally people just say they have 2 legs.
Yeah, it just is a big word. I don't know why.
Oh.
Just factually is like a.
So it's quadrupedal a big word?
Yeah.
Huh.
Let's list all the big words.
So how much of the land did you get to see, Siv?
I saw quite a bit from up in the bell tower, and I can tell you this, that the city is laid out on a grid. It's been completely raised by whatever, dragon or something. The hive is in the very center, and there's quite a few of those giant bugs. Yes, there's a hive in the center.
Well, a hive of what?
Of strange gray and yellow gelatinous material. I think the bugs are probably living in it or building it. I was thinking if we could lure one of the bugs away and kill it, we could see what we're up against.
Right, so we're scared of bugs now.
When
No,
they're the
but
size of you, you might want to be careful of them.
if there's a hive of them, we might be able to find a way around them as opposed to going through them.
Siv, did your elevated view give you a good idea as to where we should go next to move further into the city?
Well, all of the roofs of the buildings have been ripped off, but I'm sure there's a couple larger buildings that are 2 stories where the roof has been ripped off, but the floor in the second level would have not been destroyed. So
Let's
my
find one of those.
recommendation is we find one of the bigger buildings that's more than 1 story, and we can set up a base of operations inside that.
James,
Yes.
if things get hairy and the insects do attack us, does that
Yes.
spell work on it?
I don't know. I don't know if insects count as beasts.
What if we polymorph into a insect and pretend to be its mother?
It's the queen.
That's an interesting idea. Maybe.
Do any of you knowledgeable folks know what kind of bugs these are? Because I've never seen anything this big before. I mean, those flies that we dealt with a long time ago were large, but this is ridiculous. This is 4 times the size of that.
If I could get a closer look, then I could try to rack my brain.
Do you want to
They
make
do-
yourself invisible and sneak in there and get a better look?
I do. But I don't think it's the best idea for me to go alone.
Well, I can
If
go
they-
with you.
If they are actual insects, I would be able to possibly dominate them. But
What?
it's just the name of the spell. Just
Family
the name
show,
of the
family
spell.
Okay.
If they are, but if they've been altered or they're monstrous in some ways, maybe not. But if they are actual like natural insects, yeah, I think.
Whitebeard looks at Uggo and goes,
Why don't you and I walk in there and squash some bugs?
I love that idea.
You two,
Let's keep moving.
we don't know how many of them there are, and you'll be completely surrounded. You don't know if they can sting, paralyze, bite, rip your head clean off, and you'll be
I have a
outnumbered.
bug swatter.
I
You'll
like
be
your bug
outnumbered.
swatter.
They'll
I've
suck
got a
your blood.
bug stinger.
and he holds up his whip.
Ah, the whip.
Not
Let's
as
be
good as the
careful.
swatter, but it's okay.
Let's be careful.
I'll take that bet.
Okay, go for it, Whitebeard.
Let's not kill anyone.
Just a
let's
thumbs
not
up?
Get ourselves killed.
Why don't I gather intel,
Yes.
and
Well,
then
yeah,
we'll
we're
decide
talking-
where
Let's
to go from
find the new home base.
We're,
and
we're
then,
talking
yes.
about a few minutes, so what's a
Yes,
few
great.
minutes in the grand scheme of things?
there. Okay. I will leave. Actually, so I don't have to cast invisibility higher. I can leave Meep. I can leave Meep with you, and she
Okay.
can alert you if anything goes wrong.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll cast invisibility.
All right.
and-
Careful for
on
Hema.
myself, and head in to get a closer look and try to roll an
All right.
investigation check or nature check.
Maybe we
so
should
you're-
advance a little bit, like slowly
Yeah.
behind her. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to leave her totally.
You're
in the,
stealthing in, right? Because you're invisible, but it doesn't mean you're not making noise, right? You're still
Right.
attempting to stealth.
She gets advantage.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you are. You just explain to me what you do. You're walking toward the center, toward that where that hive is. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So roll me a stealth check with advantage.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That was bad.
And the rest of you are moving in behind her. And are you
Yeah.
attempting to be stealthy?
Yeah.
All right.
18.
But we're letting her get ahead of us. We're just kind of maybe looking for
can't.
that, like, yeah, those second-story building, like Civ said, looking
Sure.
for.
Just want to mention we can't really see her, so I don't know how we're gonna do
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
We just give her time. So we wait,
Yeah.
you know, a couple minutes and then
Okay.
we take off.
Cool. Great.
All right. So 18, Fahima, you move very quietly and very slowly. You cast invisibility, and everyone standing there sees you just erase, just cease to be visible, and you move quietly forward. You hear a crunch as she first takes her first step away from you, and then after that, very difficult to hear her moving at all.
Good luck.
Fahima picking your footfalls very carefully, moving closer and closer. And as you get closer to the center, more and more of these buildings around you, there are a number of them that are two-story, as Civ described. But the destruction is quite incredible. And you see, the first thing you probably would be, you hear it. You know, this like buzzing all around you as you get closer and closer. And you see these enormous creatures with big insect wings and these kind of creepy crawly legs. And they almost look like they have the stinger on the back almost looks scorpion-like. It's long and kind of bends. Roll me a nature check. You
Okay.
have advantage from Bo Busy.
Nice.
Thank you. Oh, I rolled 2 15s, so it makes it a dirty 20.
Nice.
All right. These very large creatures you identify right away. This is something that you've heard about. These are muscomorphs. They are
Oh gosh.
like
Jared doesn't
enormous-
recognize it.
Whoa.
like enormous sort of wasp scorpion hybrid creatures. They do
These
bu-
murder hornets, Jeff. Did you mean murder hornets in the game?
Maybe.
I wish the news would stop inspiring our DM, please.
And they are moving in and out. You see, this is clearly a hive structure in the center. And Fahima, roll me a perception check. You have advantage from Bo Busy again.
Thank you, Bo Busy. Oh, that was bad. That was good.
Oh, no.
That was okay. I think my perception is just a +1, +2. 13.
13. It looks like this hive, you're not close enough to really get a good look at it. It's a little, you're a little wary of getting much closer than you are, but it looks like there's something that this hive has sort of been built on and around.
Like a pedestal? Up? How it's
hard to
situated?
tell from here. Maybe we should check out the map room real quick
Yay!
Oh boy.
and see what it looks like.
It's always a good sign.
Oh, always a great sign.
Show me a muscamorse.
I always get so scared at the beginning when they show the mouth.
Yeah, coming out of the mouth. This is the
Oh my
raised
gosh.
city,
Whoa.
and there are these creatures flying in and around this strange, bulbous
Ah.
thing.
Wow, those minis are awesome.
And
And that's where we're gonna end tonight.
Oh!
man.
Oh, I should have known. I didn't even see the time.
So
Oh.
we see before us these insects fluttering, some of them creepy crawling, and this hive, this sort of strange, almost tubular-looking
Tubular.
creation.
Totally tubular.
This thing that has been put together, formed with mucus, on something. It seems to be in the center of the city, on something. And next week, if we could pull back map room and get a great top-down view of this raised city.
Wow.
Wow,
Has
so
been
cool.
destroyed,
Wow.
and you are all there
Beautiful.
We'll find out next week what all of this means.
So if there's not a dragon around.
If we deal with that, if we deal with the insects, or how we will handle this particular situation.
Wow.
Wow.
So, I want to thank some folks who gave us love in the last section of the show. Bruce Quillis. Bruce Quillis. I love Bruce Quillis. I love Bruce Quillis in Diequard. It was very good.
Diequard?
The Brush of Tie, D-Run Discord, Dungeon Run, yay! Blight Wind, the Bingle Banshee, Nope, It Is Evil, Something in Japanese, Murder Hobo, and more. It's the word
Murder Hobo.
It's the word something in Japanese, not me just punting on saying it. It's the word something. And the final tally for this episode, Force of Good, 49%.
Oh!
51.
So
Again,
close.
Force of Evil edging out very slightly in the final tally. Very, very well done, Force of Evil.
I think I saw Down to Clown by 99 Force of Evil balloons.
99 lift
Wow,
balloons.
down to clown. Thank you.
Down to
Unbelievable.
clown.
Or down to clown.
This is updating in real time, and it looks like
Wow,
it's
it
now
is. It just went
50-50.
50-50?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
50-50!
50-50.
How do you, are you on the stream?
Crazy. All right, so that's gonna do it for this episode. Please come back next week.
Love that.
We're doing it. We're finding this treasure little by little, and we need you with us. We need you here. We appreciate you. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week. Until then, humankind.
Ebos.
All right, wait 1 second. Just 1 second. Jeffrey, you did not tell me that we would have bugs. Insects. Do you understand? I do not like them. No! I will not be available next week. I will not be available next week to host this show or be a part of this show as long as those bugs are here. I say nuke it. Nuke the town. Get it over with. Disgusting. Elite Ninja 72 will host. Wonderful. Perfect. Elite Ninja, please give me your information after the show and we'll be in contact. To listen, it's partially a joke. To all of those who've played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. Now, the problem is, we had it at 49 to 51, Force of Evil. But now, we are stuck, ladies and germs, boys and girls, at 50-50. I don't know how we're going to do this. I don't know how we're going to call it. We might have to have a meeting afterwards to discuss what actually went down. But we'll be sure to let you know, after all this, what the actual outcome is. So, pay attention, because it's not over. Also, be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. As The Dungeon Run continues, click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started. As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
Let the dice
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.